All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting. Today's date is Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. We'll go ahead and start off with the roll call, please.
Councilmember McCoy?
Here.
Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Councilmember Tiedemann?
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Here.
Mayor Gary?
Here, thank you, Anne. Let's go ahead and move down to line item number 3. We'll turn it over to the city attorney to report our last special meeting in August.
I don't have any reportable action from that meeting, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you so much. We'll go down to line number 5. It's the city manager's report. We'll go ahead and hear from the city manager. Thank you.
Good evening, council, and welcome back from your August recess. I wanted to first walk you through what you likely notice as part of your agenda this evening as we transition to a new agenda format from Granicus to PrimeGov. And I will share a screen here and just do a quick walkthrough. So we find it the same way through our meeting agendas to the meeting this evening, clicking on the HTML packet for all of the reports and attachments to the agenda. And then here you'll see it looks a little cleaner and neater, hopefully, than the previous version. And when you get to an item with attachments, if you hover over it, a box, that blue box appears, and then you'll see below a simple click on any of those items will produce that document. And you can download it as a PDF. Also over to the right, a bit of a duplicate, but those are easy to find buttons as well. And so it's like that for each agenda item. You also have that view tab, which can pull it up quickly if you just need a quick glance at something, or the actual download so that you can work within the document as may be needed to do a search or whatever else is of a functional need. So you will see this roll out with all of the groups that have public agendas, and we will obviously 100% welcome feedback. How is it working? Is there anything that needs to be tweaked? And we will continue to roll this out over time and adjust as needed. So bear with us as we work through some minor details here and there, and would appreciate the feedback. Moving on, we have a busy September planned. Albany Local Week is September 18th through 26th, so that's coming up very soon. Please visit our website, Albany Local Week, for information about all the events being planned. Also, as part of that, what is the best day ever in Albany survey? This year, we'd like to hear from everyone to help us spotlight our local business and uniqueness of our city by detailing what your best day ever in Albany would include. There are prizes available, so please take advantage of this unique opportunity to share. Again, the details can be found at albanyca.org/Albany Local Week. Our fire department has had a busy season, and it's certainly not anywhere near over. And I want to express my appreciation to our dedicated staff who have been deployed to the Caldor fire. This season already, they've been deployed over 7 weeks. So again, my appreciation to all the work they're doing. Important note on the PG&E moratorium. PG&E's moratorium on disconnecting customers due to non-payment of energy bills will end on September 30th. So that's right around the corner. So if this is of concern and assistance is needed, please visit ebce.org for assistance in that regard. We also have an update on the eucalyptus trees on Albany Hill. We anticipate an agenda item, a discussion, and a comprehensive update for one of your October meetings as we finalize all the documents and receive the analysis back from all the folks working collectively on the issues on the Hill. In the month of September, you will see removal of 9 trees and pruning of 1 tree, and that will be starting next week. Again, that's just a first removal, much more work to be done and much more work to be discussed with the council coming up in October. Another important month of September is National Preparedness Month, as we see the many potential emergency situations around. It's a reminder to go to ready.gov to prepare locally and collectively as a community. So please take your time to look at those resources and also all our local resources through our own CERT and block captain programs. That information can be found at albanyca.org/disasterprep. September is also Senior Center Month, so please take some time to check out our Senior Center. It is slowly getting back in action, and it's great to see people able to use the space again in a safe setting. We continue to also deliver meals and groceries and a lot of other items as needed to those that are more remote. We also have a number of virtual activities to keep folks engaged. So again, let's celebrate our Senior Center this month. And that concludes my report. Thanks.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Now we're down to line item number 6, good of the city. This is the opportunity for the public to come in and make comments up to 3 minutes about anything that is not listed on the agenda. So we'll give Ann a few minutes to let the first attendee begin. And it looks like it's Thomas. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I wanted to speak to the problems at 739 Madison Street. I'll start with the rat problems there, which you're certainly all aware of by now. And I want to point out that I emailed every council member on this 2 years ago. And since that time, every house bordering 739 has had significant rat problems. Some of the problems and expenses include 2, possibly 3 roofs that have been replaced to eliminate rat access, wiring on a car that was chewed and ruined, significant damage to another car, a rat bite, contracting of independent pest control services by multiple households over the last 2 years, damage to my own heating duct system by rats, and of course, the potential health-related issues. I appreciate that the city is on this now and is doing things and has a vector control going there. But after over a month of this, we still see rats in the day, every single day there. So it's the population is amazing. And the other point here is that this is not a rat problem. This is a problem that is much greater. When you have an elderly man living in filth who is actively feeding wild rats and providing them free access to his house, while supposed friends and tenants are overseeing the situation, the problem is not a rat issue. And for me, these problems started when I moved to Albany in 1991. And I could go into that, but I don't really have time to, but I can just say that it's just been a constant string of loonies over there over the last 30 years. I have a summary of police activities that was sent to us the last time a big crisis hit there, and it covers 1998 to 2009. And in that summary, there's over 200 incidents in that 10-year period, 82 in 2005 alone. And they include things like battery, burglary, all the noise and whatnot as well. There was a SWAT team that was brought to the house, and I was woken up one morning with the bullhorn saying, "Come out with your hands up," as they've surrounded that house and so on. So this is just on and on. And for me, the worst on the last incident was when one of the weirdos there followed my son to school. And that caused me to write then. So this continues today with the unhinged shouting and swearing by Natalia. And I think multiple people around this house can attest to that. I'm happy that the city is now engaged with this problem, but I have to say I'm deeply skeptical that something final will happen with this, because I've seen this for 30 years now. And complaining, I realize, is not enough. So I'll give you a list of what I think needs to be done here. I want the neighbors around here individually interviewed to tally up the cost of the rat problem, because I've just got a short list here. And if you guys don't want to do it, we will. And to get and also to document all the crazy goings on, so that you have really a good solid list of what's happening there, because you're going to need it when you try to move on these people. I want an investigation of the residents of 739, especially all the people that are, not owners, but have longtime livers there. And Natalia in particular, you probably saw this thing come out about her being evicted from a very similar problem house in Berkeley a few years ago. So this is a pattern. This is not a one-off. I want solid enforcement of all health and safety statutes. And I want a long-term solution for Tony. He's, sitting on a valuable property. He should not end up out on the streets as a result of this, which is basically what happened the last time this house was red tagged. Is that
Sir, your 3 minutes been.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Next, please. If you're sick, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you're up from mute.
Oh,
Go ahead.
hi. Okay. This is Ben and Fosley from Fosley's Rugs. We opened up, we're on 1412 Solano Avenue. And we'd like to really complain about the garbage can, which is right in front of the door of our store. We're told that because there's a bus stop nearby, there must be a garbage can nearby. And it's just caused endless problems for us. There's the issue of the smell, which is not all the time, granted, but it has become an issue. There's flies constantly. We like to leave the door open to the store to be welcoming. And what happens is we have a little swarm of flies every once in a while, right in the middle of the store. Secondly, also the doors are not secured. And so we have homeless people going through, just opening it up whenever they want to, taking everything out. Sometimes they put it back, sometimes they don't. So we'll come to, trash right in front of our gallery. They also look for, I think the laundromat, people throw things in there to get rid of them. And, I understand that there's a big homeless crisis, and I want to be supportive of people in trouble. But when you have homeless guys picking through the garbage 3 feet away from our entrance, it's not very welcoming. And we're trying to run a successful retail business in a very trying time. We're new. We don't want to be known as that shop with a garbage can in front of it and everyone picking through it. I mean, we're going over right now. This is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paces from our door. Opening it up, there's a lock on it. It's not locked. On the other side, again, there's a lock on it. It's not locked. Just if we could somehow move this so that it's not in the front of our door, we'd be very, very appreciative.
Thank you so much for your comment, Ben. Next, please. Go ahead, Margie.
Hi, this is Margie Marks. I have 2 quick issues. One is the reopening of the senior center. It really disturbs me that you're not requiring COVID vaccines. To go into a restaurant in San Francisco, I'm required to show a COVID vaccine, which I have no issue doing. I'm 70 years old. I have comorbidities. I would like to go to the senior center, but I won't go now because you're not requiring people to have vaccines. The second issue has to do with city meetings. You used to be able to tell how many people were in the city meeting, what the names of the people. Even on Zoom, you had it showed how many people were in the meeting. I have no idea. I feel like it's just totally not transparent at all. How many Albany citizens or other people have called into this meeting, and I would like to know. And other meetings don't show how many people are called in either. So I would really like you to change it so the Zoom becomes more transparent and we know who's in the meeting. And thank you. That's it. I won't waste any more of your time.
Thank you so much, Mark. Next, please. Go ahead, Barb.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Bart Grossman. I live on Madison Street, a few houses down from 739. I've been there for 30 years, and I've witnessed and experienced the problems coming from this house. I want to join my neighbors in imploring the council to pay close and continuing attention to efforts to remedy this situation. I appreciate the letter from Director Bond indicating the city staff are engaged with the property and with the efforts made by County Vector Control and other county agencies. It's unfortunate, though, that it has taken an NBC News story and constant complaints from the neighbors to get the city to communicate with us. The city did intervene to clean up the property years ago and then allowed it to deteriorate once more. We now have direct evidence that rats were, and for all we know, continue to be fed on the property. I've encountered rats on the street, in my backyard, and in my house on several occasions. Closer in neighbors have had roofs and car engines badly damaged. Rat populations, as we know, are often carriers of disease. As a social worker, I am deeply concerned about what appears to me to be exploitation of the elderly owner of the house by someone who has a history of trying to take properties from vulnerable elders. If the city does nothing about this, it may be an accessory to elder abuse. I ask the council not simply to turn this matter over to staff and hope for the best, but to watch developments carefully and insist on regular reports until there is a permanent, satisfactory conclusion to this matter that protects the neighborhood and at-risk owners of the property. Mr. Bond says in his letter, "Please be assured that every avenue will be pursued with the goal of returning the neighborhood to normalcy." I hope so, but we haven't seen normalcy here in more than 20 years, and it will take more than words to assure us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barb. Next, please. Go ahead, Megan.
Hi, thank you. I'm also a neighbor on Madison Street, and I live 2 doors down from 739. I've been in my house for 12 and a half years, and I've also experienced the same problems that my neighbors are speaking about. I want to stand with them and ask the city to please pay attention to this. I'd like to say that I'd like to ask for the city to condemn this property, but I would like for Tony, the owner, to find some help and support. As they said, we think he's being exploited in this. We've seen rats in our yard and our property. Our neighbors have, traps, and they've been catching many, many rats, but this population is now out of control, as you might have seen from the video where they had trays and trays of food to feed rats. And I've had neighbors, have intensive work in their homes because of rats invading their properties. In addition to that, since we've moved in, there's been a heavy police presence always at that property. We've seen many arrests. I have 2 young children who have been frightened by the activity over there. We often hear yelling, late in the evening. People are coming and going. People are living in their cars on the property and on the street in front of that property. And we'd like to see them removed if possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, I'm Donna Butcher. I live in the 700 block of Madison. I've been here over 40 years. And I mean, I knew Tony's mom when she was alive. The house was in much better condition than it is. He still had some issues mentally then, but things have gotten obviously much worse. I have rats that come through my yard constantly, even though I'm 3 doors away. They're mostly out at night, which doesn't allow me to let my dog out at night because my dog will chase them or go after him or be barking so loud that it'll be upsetting the neighbors as he corners them somewhere. I'm also concerned about the disease they carry and everything they leave behind. We've killed multiple rats, but I really am concerned about Tony. He's really frail. When you don't see him out, or when you see him out, there's always battles with Natalia. I can hear the yelling and screaming, 3 doors away, middle of the day, late at night, all the time. It's just, I feel like Tony's totally being abused. And as many times as we've called Adult Protective Services, it hasn't really done a lot of good. Natalia's, some people would say that before, when we took things so far, Natalia was supposedly part of the solution, but she's really part of the problem. Natalia will pretend like she's cleaning out, but for everything she takes out, she probably brings 2 things back. And we've known her, another neighbor has seen her drop things like at the Berkeley homeless area over by the post office sorting station. And that's where she throws some of her trash. And that's not right either, along with all the other strange people she brings in. And the cars in front of the house and the driveway and people sleeping everywhere. I guess I'm concerned. I feel like the city has a lot of ordinances regarding rodents and regarding the, getting rid of them and having your property not be able to have areas where they're invited to be in there. And it's time for the city to step up and take care of enforcing some of their ordinances. If your ordinance doesn't have a problem with it, a consequence, then maybe it's time to review that ordinance and get those ordinances in better shape for the city. We really feel like we really need to raise our voices or nothing's going to get done. I do appreciate the letter we got recently, but I feel like it was only words. It took a long time to come. It took, it being on television. Before that, I was just kind of told, oh yeah, and, brushed aside. So I have often emphasized with Jeff Bond and with others, communication's one of the big things. If you guys keep communicating with us, it'll help. If we see little steps of things being definitely done, not just, oh, we're taking care of it. So I just want to see continued improvement, better communication, and let you guys know, hey, you're on record. We're not stopping this time until it's cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Donna. Next, please. Go ahead, Alex.
Hello, my name is Alex Leon. I'm speaking today on behalf of my family. I'm here to address the rat infestation coming from 739 Madison Street property. Living in Tony has been interesting, to say the least. Dealt with people jumping our fence into our yard, needles and drugs being dumped over, and now giant plump rats. We've tried to address this issue for years, but I feel like we weren't being heard until recently. I don't know how it is inside their home, but I do know that they're purposely leaving the trays of food outside to feed this rat infestation. While Alameda County Vector Control dealt with this rat infestation at their property, it only aided to the problem because these rats are now dispersing to other properties. The most recent issue I've had is coming home to my dog sniffing around dead rats. The worst that I've witnessed so far has been 4 dead rats on our property in 1 week. It's become a health hazard and it's unsafe for my dog or anyone to be in our backyard right now. We're just asking you as council members to help our neighborhood stay safe and habitable. And just to go back to what Thomas was saying earlier, our house has actually dealt with rats being inside of the walls. We don't know how bad, severe the problem is, but it's obvious at this point that something needs to be done. Tony is frail. Yeah, at this point, he does need some help. And we're just asking you if you can listen to us and be transparent. And yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Next, please. Jeremiah, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor. Is this public comment or is this an agenda item?
From public comment. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. It almost kind of seemed like an agenda item. Yeah, so I've been hearing about this whole situation. I'm kind of familiar with the people. You know, that's been one of my concern is obviously, you know, drug traffic. We want to keep Albany safe. So I hope the police would investigate, you know, possible, you know, drug house, which would be sad. You know, I think a good solution could be, you know, get Tony in touch with Albany Cares, Project Hope, and Natalia, and anybody staying in there, Angel, anybody staying in there. We need to get in contact with American Red Cross, and we need to get these people housing. It's uninhabitable, obviously. So we need to get these people either some sort of housing situation, emergency housing, get them out of the house and get this thing cleaned up. We need to get this house cleaned up, bug bombed, rat bombed, whatever we got to do, and get this thing sanitized before it, you know, gets spread through the rest of our community. I mean, we've got the COVID virus. So imagine this is the COVID virus, right? We got it contained, we got it quarantined. And now it's spreading to 3 neighbors. And it's gonna go halfway down the block, then another block. So we gotta catch this virus before it spreads. So treat this situation as the COVID virus. You know, it's just kind of an example. So, you know, these people aren't bad people. They got caught up in a situation. So we need to help them out, get on the right track. We need to get this thing organized. So Albany Cares, Project Hope, get them housing and get this thing cleaned up. Jeez. Also, just want to let everybody know the laundry program is doing great. We had a volunteer work off 25 hours of court appointed hours. And during the court, the judge had granted the hours and the district attorney, everybody approved it. So I'm trying to get other courts, Alameda County courts, and have this laundry program be a way for people to work off court hours. So it's a win-win for everybody. And thank you, Daniel Winkler, for helping keeping the lights on. The laundry program, appreciate it. Also the laundromat, thank you for letting the program continue. And yeah, keep up the good work, everybody. We've got a lot to do. Thanks and welcome back.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, Angel.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. I'm Angel Quo. We live directly across from the house. And this is not our first time to City Council. I do have 4 young children who now actually, when we started this, they were 4 young children. Now they've grown and we've lived through loud yelling, profanity, where you know, directly across, people sleeping in the cars and cars parked in front of the property and on our house. And with the most recent rats situation, Vector Control has come out, but essentially said they couldn't do anything for us. I just spent about $17,000 on a new roof because it was all over inside my garage, and with lots of evidence of the rats inside the garage. While that's taken care of, now there's rats inside my walls. So that's my next endeavor, to be able to do that. And we're seeing rats again in the garage that are less numbers than before, but still evidence of them. So we just really appreciate the city addressing this issue. I also received the letter that was somewhat vague on what could be done next. So I just want to support my neighbors' voices, and thanks for listening.
Thank you so much, Angel, for your comments. I believe that's it. Just want to make sure. All right, I want to thank all the attendees for their comments. Looks like we have one more. Linda?
Yes, I just want to reiterate what other people have said. I live at 740 Adams Street. I'm right behind the house, the rat house in question. And I will say that the woman there, I'm guessing it's Natalia, it's not just yelling. I mean, it is screeching at the top of her lungs and cussing at somebody. It's very disturbing to hear, and I wonder who's on the receiving end of this vitriol. And also, I have had to have the pest control here for the last 2 years. I've only lived in the house 3 years. I rent it. And for the last several months, I have rats on the roof of my house. And like clockwork, every night they come out at about 7 o'clock and scratch around up there all night. My landlord has spent quite a bit of money on pest control. And I really also want to say that this is more than rats. This is somebody who's very disturbed, who's living there. And I ask you to please help us to fix this situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment, Linda. I believe that's all the comments from the public. Again, I would like to thank the public for coming out and speaking on line item number 6. Does anyone on the council would like to say anything before you do? For Margie's, I would address some. Margie, there's 51 participants. And of course, that includes us, so a total of 51. Z Rugg had a question about the removal of that trash can. I believe, Nicole, is that in the works? I believe I saw an email stating that you guys are moving that. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, we had engaged with that individual and discussed an option that seemed reasonable. So we'll have to coordinate back with them to figure out what the new issue is or if it's ongoing.
Okay. Is there any other council member who would like to address, or Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Nason, please.
Yeah. Has there been some change to how we use Zoom that we're not aware of? Is it correct that that the public used to be able to see how many participants there were, but now they are not able to because of something in how we're using Zoom?
I don't think the public has ever been able to see how many participants there are or who is participating. It's an ongoing feedback.
So that's a mistake on Margie's part. She's confusing us.
Did you say it was a change?
Pardon? I thought she said there was a change, that they used to be able to, that the public used to be able to see how many participants were in the meeting, and that they're no longer able to do that.
I think she was referring to in-person meetings.
I thought she was talking about Zoom, but maybe I misunderstood.
So we have 51 people just in case. And if I could remember the next meetings for the next couple of months, I'll make sure I state how many people are there. That way there's no confusion.
Okay, but can Ann Shu, I think, answer the question?
Okay,
I can answer the question. There's been no change. The only item that is a box to click is the participant count, and that has been clicked. It's an ongoing count of attendees, so that should be visible. It may be a screen display thing that we'd be happy to assist with as well. But no, there have been no changes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to line number 7. Looks like it's our consent calendar. Go around the room before I go out to the public. Councilmember Tiedemann? Councilmember McQuaid?
Nothing.
Councilmember Nason?
7F.
Vice Mayor-
I'm sorry, I have a question on 7E for Councilmember McQuaid.
So E and F?
E and F.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
H as well.
All right, and I have I and I believe that's it. All right, I'll go ahead and take it up to the public to see if there's any items that the public would like to pull off the consent calendar. All right, seeing no hands up, we'll start with Councilmember Nason on E.
Yeah, and I guess this is just a question for Councilmember McQuaid. I thought that the suggestion made was very good, but I don't know what the specifics are. Are we and I'm talking here about resolution 2. Can you just expand a little bit on what it is that we are asking for in the way of potential amendments? There's a general description, but I don't, the actual amending language was not included. And I was curious about language, particularly the last sentence. Also included should be language integrating individuals experiencing homelessness into existing and future state/local programs. How does that work with this?
Thank you for the question. I don't have specific language. I think that'll have to be worked out by the policy committees between now and the time that we see it at the conference. As far as the last sentence, I have a concern that this doesn't become simply a punitive measure, but is looked at as how do we help people experiencing homelessness that are living along the tracks and get them into services, not simply they cannot be there, end of sentence. So I'd like to see it sort of have a follow-up to, well, what happens to the people? Okay. And again, that language would have to come out of the policy committee.
Okay, so the idea is that the public would contribute its, okay, well, that somehow if homeless individuals are, if the CPUC requires railroads to evict homeless people from their private property, and the assumption is that they will end up on public land and require help, and that should be part of the plan. Is that?
Well, it's also to soften it a bit, so it's not simply an eviction, and just sort of pushing them off of one piece of land to another, but how do we actually do some good for those people?
Yeah, but you're saying that the public would take on part of that responsibility, which is currently a problem of the railroads. But that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move down to F. Go ahead, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I have a suggestion with regard to one of the pages, the proposed page of the strategic plan, and this is the goal 3, objective 2, enhance open space. I think we have varying wording for the portion having to do with the waterfront park and the part having to do with Albany Hill. We say prepare a plan for improvements to the Albany waterfront park. And then number 2, we say develop a prioritized list of projects on Albany Hill and include in the CIP program. I don't think we had any intent to treat these differently. And the way that this differential language is stated, it looks like we do. So I'm going to suggest we use the language from number 2, develop a prioritized list of projects. And I think we could probably just make this a single item. Develop a prioritized list of projects for improvements to the Albany waterfront park and Albany Hill, and include these in the CIP program.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have any? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I would actually prefer to, well, overarching, if you count the items, including items that include more than one item, there's some trying to sneak things under the radar here by including up to 3 items under one item. If you count them all individually, there's 47 different items. in here, which I think is way too many. Historically, there's been no demonstration to be able to reach fit that into capacity. So I've seen, with this many items on the strategic plan, items not get worked on and get recycled, plan after plan after plan. So as I said before, I don't think the council is doing its job if it doesn't cut this down. My suggestion is to delete and or make some items potential, and I have suggestions on doing that. My suggestion on the item that Councilmember Nason was just raising was to delete it regarding Albany Hill, because we have a Parks, Rec, and Open Space Master Plan and Development. That part of that process is identifying projects. So I don't think we need a separate strategic plan item for that. And the next item, which is item 3, specifically has to do with fuel load analysis and management, which I think is a strategic plan level item. And so I would suggest deleting item 2 altogether, and that'll bring us all the way down to 46. And I would challenge the council, if we can get it down into the mid to high 30s, we're going to be making progress in terms of really setting priorities to what I think staff's more realistic capacity is. I can go through some other items, but I don't know what people's appetite is for that.
Okay, because this was a consent item, I was trying to keep it, make it a very small change, but I have no objection to proceeding as you suggest. However, I'd like to change number 1 to develop a prioritized list of projects for improvements to the Albany Waterfront Park and include in the CIP program, just for clarity.
Rochelle, would you consider leaving it prepare a plan and develop prioritized list? Because I'm not sure, I know we have the transition study, but I'm not sure it's very clear that we have a plan for improvement. So I'd like to leave that in there, but I understand your thoughts about priority. So kind of combining those 2 phrases. And Preston, I don't really have an interest in starting basically over. We've spent 3 meetings on this, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I don't really want to open this up again and start redoing the strategic plan.
Well, to be clear, my thought is to suggest various items that we could make potential items. So it wouldn't be a radical change. It would be simply saying, these are ones that are lower priority. So if we get to them, we get to them. And I have specific suggestions, so I think it would go fairly quickly, thumbs up or thumbs down.
So
I just to make this one change and move on.
Yeah, I didn't intend to reopen things at that level. I was just concerned about the difference in language between those 2 items. But I do agree with you. Preparing a plan for improvements is the first order of business. So perhaps prepare a plan for improvements and a prioritized list of projects for the Albany Waterfront Park would and include in the CIP program the full thing, because at least some of the things we need to do probably do belong in the CIP program sooner rather than later.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
I mean, that language change is fine with me on that item, which is subjected to item 1.
Are you okay with just leaving the rest alone?
Well, like I say, I mean, my opinion is that the council will not have done its job if we leave the rest alone, because there's just too many items. So, while everything that maybe everybody wants will be in there, the result of that is staff will not be able to work on everything. And so staff will end up choosing what to work on, because that's what I've seen happen over council after council after council is when we give staff too much, then it basically falls to staff to make the decision, which is not their role.
I quite agree with you about cutting down what we put on staff, although I'm not so as concerned that things that might be considered core functions end up in the strategic plan if they're of importance to the council. But we have spent, as Councilmember McQuaid points out, we have spent an extraordinary amount of time on this, far more, I think, than we have ever during my tenure on the strategic plan. And I would suggest that you kind of work on some of these ideas for a future iteration. And maybe we move it up time-wise to make some of those changes that you suggest, but I'm not in favor of reopening it now.
Member Tiedemann, Mayor Gary.
No, I think not right now we should, but if you want to amend something, Vice Mayor Jordan, you do have the right to bring that up in the next council member, so we can just edit that particular section. Not to go through the whole thing, but if there's something you want to amend or take away, we can bring that back up to address, if that's what you choose to do.
I'm certainly open to that, but I don't want to do that if there's no appetite to receive that.
Okay. All right.
Can I?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think we've spent a lot of time on this. We've done a lot of our due diligence, Preston. I think it's good to have someone telling us that we should do more. I just looking through it, it looks like we've got like 37 things on here by my counting of individual items. It seemed like you were counting them in a different way, which from our previous conversations and going, from us going through it, that seems like an okay amount. I think it would probably be good for us to lessen that in the future and maybe amend this one, but having it as an iterative process, and we've already come miles from, I think, where we started of focusing this down and paring down things that we don't need to have in it. But Preston, if you want to clarify what the counting is, because
Sure. So I'll give an example. There's an item that says both improve the safety of street crossings, which is to be taken as the infrastructure on the ground, and improve lighting, street lighting, as one item. And those are two separate, very large items for staff. They're not one item. They don't come out of one process. They don't come out of one contract. And so, we're kind of sneaking two items into one and saying we've achieved the goal of cutting it down to less than 40, when in fact, there's quite a number of items that have a whole list of things within them.
There's another perspective that really having safe street lighting and safe intersections and so forth is a core function of a city. But it's become a problem, and it's in the strategic plan because it is a problem. It's a problem that has been outstanding for many, many years. I don't think that taking it out of the strategic plan makes it more likely that we will find the resources to address it appropriately and timely. I think that those things need to remain in the strategic plan as a way of highlighting the need for them, but they are in fact core aspects of running a city, is having safe ways for people to get across the street.
Well, to be clear, Councilmember Tiedemann asked for an example of where there was more than one actual item within a strategic plan item. I did not provide that example to suggest that I was saying that should be deleted. I was merely providing it as one example of many where there are several items which could each entail a different process that staff would have to pursue. And we've sort of tucked them into one item instead it's only one item. And I don't think that's an honest accounting of what staff will have to actually go through to fulfill on that item. So again, I'm not suggesting removing those, but if we don't remove something, not all of it's going to happen, and staff end up having to choose. That's just reality. So not hearing much appetite for me to bring back suggestions of items to move to potential so that we keep them on the list, but we deprioritize them. And that's the council's wishes. That's fine. But I can tell you in a year and a half, we're going to come back and not all this stuff is going to be even close to having been done, or even necessarily a lot of what to be worked on, because I've seen that happen before, year after year after year as well. I would suggest that we extend the end point to March of 2023 because it's currently December 2022. which means that at such time as a new council comes in, there will be no strategic plan enforced, because it's going to take the new council more than a day to create a new strategic plan.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. So
All right.
I will move to extend the strategic plan end date to March, the end of March 2023.
Any seconds? I'm gonna wait after I ask for a motion first. And then let's finish this up. Okay. So also on the strategic plan, I know goal 1 on page 6, I know we decided to remove urban village. Are we still thinking that, or do we want to keep it on this page? Either way, whatever works. But I know just to be consistent, we said we wanted to get away from the wording urban village.
Yeah, I would prefer city.
Okay. Any other suggestions?
Agreed.
All right, we'll just call it city. All right, thank you so much. We'll go to H, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes. Pardon me. So yeah, fairly simple. I had some suggested language changes on the first resolve that I worked with staff upon. I don't know if staff is prepared to put those up. I was a little uncomfortable with the way it was worded, because to my read, it made it sound like the amendment was increasing the contract by $300,000, whereas that's actually increasing it by $200,000. So these were my suggested edits.
Everyone's in agreement with those changes?
Can you put them back? I didn't have a chance to finish reading.
Is everyone in agreement?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. All right. Vice Mayor Jordan, anything else on this item?
That is it. Thanks very much.
So I'm gonna switch gears. We do have one hand up, and I just saw that. So we go ahead and let him in for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Referring to the railway, the homeless people on the railroad, I think you were talking about state money. I was wondering if the railroad was federal property, and if they're going to be kicking people off the railroad, maybe there should be some federal money associated with that, instead of being put on the state. Also, there is a street light out on Talbot and Solano, on the southeast corner of Talbot and Solano. I did report that to Public Works already. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to line item number, I. So I just had questions about the amounts that are being presented, the staff recommendation for $848,000. Are there any other recurring things that we should need to consider as just the amount?
This is Victor. So the bulk of the amount is actually with support, so licensing support over 5 years. And the reason why we chose 5 years as against 1 year is because the licensing, based on the experience that we have with with our other products, the licensing cost tends to increase, very, very likely increase on a yearly basis. So that's the reason why we decided to go for 5 year licensing, which actually gives us a lot of cost savings as against doing that yearly. But again, that cost you're looking at there, it's mainly on licensing and support. And also the reason why it looks large there is because we are pretty much consolidating licensing for for instance, backups, concerning the licensing for the law software itself, and also for disaster recovery. So it's all bought together as against how we currently do it through different vendors. So that's why it looks as if it costs, it's a lot better. At the same time, it helps us have a more resilient solution because everything is within one infrastructure, one system, and they all interplay together.
Okay, and then the 45,000 under the financial considerations, if you could just elaborate more on that.
Yeah, so the 45,000, the increase in cost on the 45,000 is actually due to the better efficiency that we are having with the solution. Like I said, the other solution that we had before, the individual solutions, for instance, I'm going to say case in point, the backup. The current backup that we have doesn't have the capacity to do something called snapshot backups, which is very, very critical when you're looking at disaster recovery in the virtual environment. So for instance, if a system goes down, I want to be able to immediately restore a snapshot of that system that I'm taking. Our backup solution doesn't do that, it's only file level. But this one is a system level, and the snapshots are very critical when it comes to virtual environment restoration.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. All right, I believe that's it. Any other questions from the council? If not, go ahead and get a motion.
Why don't I make an attempt? I saw
Okay.
Councilmember Nathan raise her hand. Do you have something else?
No, you go
Oh,
ahead.
Okay. So I will move the consent calendar with the change in changing goal 1 of the strategic plan language from urban village to city, and changing goal 3 objective 2 item 1 to prepare a plan for improvements and prioritize a list of projects for Albany Waterfront Park and include in the CIP program. And then also, if I can get to it, this motion includes resolution 2021-86 as agreed to with regard to the amendment of the first resolve. Did I get everything?
I believe you did. So
Second.
second, I'll second. Go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann, second. Go ahead, please, for roll call.
I'm sorry, did you say Councilmember Tiedemann second?
He did.
Okay. Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and move down to line item number 8, which is the presentations. We'll go ahead and hear from, get the staff report, please, for A8.
You're muted, Ann.
Put it in.
I can unmute everybody but myself. Well, good evening, council, again. Tonight before you are the 2-year work plans from 3 of the advisory bodies. You'll be receiving presentation from the Economic Development Committee, the Climate Action Committee, and the Charter Review Committee. The rest of the advisory body work plans will be presented over the next few council meetings. Staff recommendation is for the council to review the work plans and provide any comments or direction on the work plans and approve the work plans. We have the chairs of the advisory bodies here. We will start with Todd Abbott, Chair of the Economic Development Committee. If you give me a minute to bring him up. Go ahead, Todd, if you're there.
All right, there we go. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here to present the proposed economic development work plan for the next 2 years. I would just quickly run through some of the outcomes from the previous work plan. I assume folks have it in front of them, but I'm kind of going to read it anyway because people at home may not have it in front of them. Identify options for a successful farmers market. We consider this item completed, even though there's no farmers market. What we realized was after a lot of a survey of the situation, we kind of realized the farmers market isn't really well suited to Albany at this time. More on this later. We would like to have some sort of event recurring, but not necessarily farmers market. Inform marketing outreach materials, including a marketing brochure and promotional video. I'm aware that the previous committee did in fact generate, staff and the committee generated a brochure for business recruitment and promotion. And it was pretty rough, and we've kind of realized that, oh, there we go. Kind of realized that it was trying to take on too much. We'd like to break it into two. We'll talk more about that in a bit as well. Assist in developing and analyzing results of a survey to evaluate efforts related to business attraction, retention, and permit customer service issues, and discover new ideas for supporting local business growth. This has been pretty successful. One of the first results of the survey a few years ago was to kind of identify some pain points in relationship between the city and businesses and help address those. And then, of course, last year, there was a big topic that kind of took over the survey, which was pandemic, realities of the pandemic, trying to get a feedback from them. And we've continued with that, sadly, appropriately this year. But that survey has been valuable and provided some nice insight into how our business community is doing. Continue to provide ongoing input on potential business uses for vacant properties and new development. This comes forward from time to time and is discussed. Again, there is more on this in a minute. Continue to encourage art in commercial areas. This was a project that's been worked on quite a bit. And the idea at that time was to place artwork from local artists into windows of vacant commercial property. I don't think people realize how complicated that actually is. And as much as hard as they worked on it, they weren't able to kind of bring the pieces together and make that work. Again, that's something that we will revisit in a minute. In consideration of possible zoning changes along San Pablo Avenue corridor, I don't think that has come before the committee at this point. And should planning and zoning decide it would be appropriate to consult us, I'm sure we'd be happy to going forward. All right, now looking forward. For the upcoming 2 years, inform marketing and outreach materials, including marketing brochure, promotional video, social media, and a web portal. You can see it's expanded a little bit from previously. And this is an outgrowth of a report from the city's consultant working on a business recruitment and retention plan, who I mentioned these items specifically. Whereas the previous brochure tried to do everything at once, we'd like to tease it apart to have two different brochures, one for recruiting and one for welcoming, giving people, welcome to Albany sort of brochure. Assist in developing and analyzing results of a survey, et cetera, continuing the survey. We like the idea of an annual survey. And ideally, what I would like to see happen is for committee members to go and administer the survey in person. At least, you're not going to do all of them, but just go out and interact with the business owners themselves. I think it wouldn't be bad for maybe some staff time to be spent doing that as well, just to interact directly with the business people. Okay. In lieu of farmers market, identify options for successful, regular, unique street event in Albany. Well, the whole idea behind the farmers market initially was to have an event that would bring people from the surrounding communities into Albany and kind of let them experience the Albany commercial district. We've kind of decided that there's frankly just too much competition. Forget the particular issues about finding a location for a farmer's market in Albany. There's just too many successful, popular, pretty much any day of the week farmer's market nearby, so that's not really going to work. But we do think there's an opportunity for some sort of periodic, might be a series of different periodic events, maybe monthly, that would bring folks, again, bring people into our commercial district. Facilitate and provide input on potential business uses of vacant properties and new developments, provide input on a business recruitment and retention plan when it comes to the committee. Well, now it sounds like we're trying to shove two together, but they actually really are related. We've submitted a proposal that I assume will come before the council in the coming months for a very data-driven business recruitment and retention plan. And that service that we're suggesting, or the service of this type that we're suggesting, would be invaluable for providing input on potential business uses for vacant properties. This sort of data will provide pretty much a snapshot of the sorts of businesses that would be attracted to and would be successful in Albany. And so that information would be invaluable for input on potential business uses, obviously, and it would also be valuable in many different ways to different city efforts. Item 5, research and identify. I'm probably talking too fast, but I'm trying to get through this quickly. I hope I'm not too much. Research and identify options for a business improvement district plan. So for those who are listening, a business improvement district plan is a program where business owners or commercial real estate owners pay into a fund on an annual basis, and then those funds are used to improve the district. In many different ways we could go with that money, one of which is item 6, research options for a commercial district shuttle in Albany. So that's one example of how some money from a bid could be used to build up the business district. This is something that's kind of been bouncing around for a long time, and we think it's time to take a good long look at the possibility of a bid in Albany. Returning to the commercial, the shuttle, a shuttle that connected the BART stations and the Pier Street condominiums and Target with the kind of the downtown Albany, with the commercial districts in Albany, would be an invaluable resource, not just for the commercial district, but for the residents who would appreciate the convenience of getting around, and could do a lot to make it a lot easier to do business in Albany. For folks in all those different places. Work with the Arts Committee to encourage art in commercial areas. I think a technical term is, I just poo-pooed the previous plan of putting art in windows. It's a lot more complicated than anybody realizes. But what we're kind of looking at now is something along the lines of the program on the Greenway of having locations for a sculpture loan program or something like that, to bring art onto the public space rather than trying to connect, a dozen different landowners and get a program going. So we definitely believe in the value of adding art to our commercial district, and so we'd like to see that effort continue. Work with the Climate Action Committee to develop sustainable guidelines and programs to share with businesses. Many, I'm not going to say all, but many or most of the businesses in Albany are very concerned about climate action issues and green business, and I think would appreciate outreach and support in those efforts. Fortunately, a lot of this material exists. We're not going to be the only one providing sustainable guidelines to business, and so a lot of this would be compiling, working with the Climate Action Committee to identify places that Albany might be a little unique or need something special, and then reaching out to the businesses with those offerings. Look for ways to collaborate with other city committees and local organizations. I'm not really sure this counts as a work plan item. This is more kind of a statement of principle. We kind of decided that I wanted it here, we wanted it here, so it would be expressed. But feel free to remove this one. But in anything we do, we recognize that economic development reaches out, touches, and is touched by all these different aspects of the city. And so we want to kind of encourage collaboration and work between the different bodies and different organizations. I see that could be very productive. Regular reports, designate committee members to conduct research and consult with other cities and organizations about strategies for economic development. A monthly report on findings is presented to the committee by members. I think that word monthly is probably a little ambitious, but the reality is Albany does not have or has not had an economic development department. And so we don't have that institutional memory. We don't have that experience. So this is a way that we could benefit from talking to economic development professionals in other cities and try to get some of their hints and some of their tips and strategies and ideas for programs that would be beneficial here. Periodic report from commercial real estate brokers on economic trends. I know that the previous committee enjoyed this, and I've sat in on a couple of these presentations, and they are informative, and they help us kind of get the perspective, kind of the broader perspective on where things are economically in the area. One-time action items, assist in the design of an economic recovery plan. I kind of think we're still in the crisis, but when we get around to recovery, I'm sure that our committee would want to be involved in that effort. Support businesses by providing best practices for recruiting and hiring. Help increase employment in the city with a job fair and a web portal for businesses to post job ads and receive employee resumes. This suggestion actually predates kind of the current understanding of a crisis of trying to hire people. This is something that a lot of cities do to engage the businesses and to provide support for the businesses, while also providing an easy means for residents to find work. So this is something that I think is even more appropriate now, given the current situation with the job market. Potential future work plan items, review and update the economic development strategic plan. This kind of just emerged sideways as we looked at this economic development strategic plan and realized that, particularly in light of changes that have come about because of the pandemic, it kind of is due for an update, even though it's quite recent. Things look a little naive now from the, with the pandemic around us. So just a moderate update, not a dramatic effort, just a moderate update to try to make some of these tweaks that we think will make it a much more effective document going forward. Provide input of wayfinding signage to increase visibility of city when presented to the committee. I know that there's long been plans for some sort of wayfinding signage project in town, and the Economic Development Committee is very much behind that. Starting with a sign on the freeway that actually says Albany at the exit, rather than just Buchanan Street, just for one. But then, I was thinking that Solano, sadly, is kind of a hidden jewel. It shouldn't be hidden, but it's hard to find unless you know where it is. So having some signage that will direct people clearly around our town would be invaluable, and it's certainly something we would want to be involved in. And I kind of rushed through that, but I'm available for questions. So there you go. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abbott, for your report. I'll go ahead and it up to the council. You want to go ahead and bring it back? All right. You have any questions from the council members?
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Nason. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott, for all the work that you and your committee have done in this excellent draft and presentation. I have one question, which is, there's a lot of talk about one of the things that the council will need to tackle is the outdoor dining and parklets and so forth. And some of those issues seems like they would be maybe in the bailiwick of the transportation committee, concerns about safety, and some in the bailiwick of planning and zoning, issues around aesthetics and making sure they look good. But it also seems like a big issue around them with we were kind of slow getting started here in Albany because of concerns around parking. And that seems more like a kind of a business to business issue to a certain extent, that if the businesses could work out amongst themselves more of that, develop more of a consensus about that issue, it would be helpful to the council when we're looking at when the day comes that we would be considering making them permanent. So I'm just wanted to raise it and say, maybe it's something at some point that the Economic Development Committee could consider taking up, so that those discussions that need to be made in a business to business context could be done and some consensus building occur before the issue comes to the council for final decision about making those permanent.
Yeah, we did have this as an item initially, and we did kind of our sense was that this really is a transportation commission item. This really is a planning and zoning item. I think we would have to be involved in it, but definitely on that end of providing the business perspective and trying to get them to like you say, communicate and work together. I mean, the business organizations are also working on this, trying to get folks talking to each other and resolve. I mean, we've always been about that. Our goal has always been building community in the business community and trying to get neighbors to talk to each other. So that's definitely something we support. Yeah, and if maybe ultimately what needs to happen is economic development could host a workshop or something. I'm sure people would attend that, and that might be a role that we could serve that would support the efforts of the other bodies.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor George.
Thank you for the presentation, Chair Robin. That was great. And to Councilmember Nason's suggestion, I agree. If there was to be a workshop, I think care needs to be taken in terms of when it would actually occur, because I know the different businesses have different operating hours. And so when that workshop is, you'll get a different slice of the business community, which makes it hard to get businesses in different sectors talking to each other. So I don't know quite how one does that, but just wanted to raise, I've heard that. The items 1 through 9, and it's understandable, others have done this as well. So it's obviously feedback for the template. The intent of the template was that all the items would appear under the subheadings. So they would either all be either regular reports, recurring action items, or one-time action items. And be categorized in that way, so to provide some more clarity on the nature of the item. So, I don't know if we do that here, right? Send some suggestions of how to assign these. It seems fairly straightforward, but I think it would be useful to do that for the final version. I also note that there are 13 items in here. The last work plan had 6, and not all of them were completed. Obviously, it was a year of, well, more than a year, unfortunately, going on 2 years of duress. But nonetheless, I would suggest that some of these be moved to potential in order to prioritize. And if the council is amenable, I'm going to suggest moving items 3, 5, 6, and 8 to potential. And those are identify regular street event, research business improvement district, research commercial district shuttle, and sustainable guidelines for businesses, because I think the focus over the next year should really be on, getting the businesses back healthy. I think probably a conversation about business improvement district right now would not be particularly fantastically timed in terms of saying, hey, we want you to pay more money to improve the area. The commercial shuttle potentially being attached to that. So those are my suggestions, not to boot them off the list, but to put them in a potential. And if the other items, get substantial work done, then those can be moved up. So that would.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm sorry.
Did you want me to respond real quick? Just a couple items. Workshop time, and you're absolutely right. And so normally what we do is we have a morning and an evening workshop for these business events. You can't just do one. You normally have to have a couple. Your restaurant owners aren't going to be there at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. For the one time, I was looking at this, and this is kind of more a general question about do you mean things that appear on the agenda once, or they're just kind of ad hoc? They just happen and then they're done, sort of thing.
Yeah, so it was a one-time action item, which did 10. And so again, this is great feedback in your template. The intent was, like one of your items is, create materials. Well, that's not recurring in the same way that coordinate with other committees might be. It might take 3 meetings, but when it's done, it's done. And you have those materials. So that was the intent of that, but we need to define it better.
Yeah, it was a little unclear to me.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback.
Very good. And I'm certainly amenable to what you're suggesting as far as moving these items to potential. That's certainly fine with me. I didn't have any objection to those. No, that would be fine.
Thank you. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Todd, thank you for coming tonight and presenting. I think the plan is really good. I was a little disappointed though as you talk about recruiting businesses. I'd like to see us highlight, call out, whatever the phrase is, that we're interested in recruiting women-owned and BIPOC-owned businesses. I think as we move through this whole equity plan, it needs to become part of the language every time. So it's just ingrained in us that this is how we do business. I watched your last meeting and John Montague gave a great presentation, and I realized this was written before that. How does his report fit in with this? Does it change anything in your mind? Does it?
I mean, it actually fit really well. I mean, several of the items were, I mean, I checked off in our meeting. Oh, look, that's in the work plan. That's in the work plan. That's in the work plan. So it fit really well. Additionally, with the proposal that we've already submitted that will be coming to council at some point. I didn't. Yeah, I mean, the job fair was something he mentioned. The marketing brochure was something he mentioned. An event, you know, in lieu of a farmer's market. All these things appeared in his report. So now maybe he saw the work plan. I'm not sure exactly what was on there, but they fit together quite nicely. I didn't see a lot of conflict or anything.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Tiedemann, did you have any questions?
Not in particular, Todd. Thanks for going through that and for answering all these questions. I think if you're amenable to the changes Preston suggested, then that would be good to move forward, as I don't want us to tell you guys what to do, but if you're happy letting us make this faster instead of, you know, going through the process of sending it back and then
you know, now I understood your job was to tell us what to do. So now I have that backwards idea. But that was kind of my understanding.
Well, yes, but we want to let you define your own work as much as possible. But
okay,
yes, so if you're happy making it quick by having us do that from the dais, then that seems like the right way to go.
No, I mean, as Vice Mayor Jordan mentioned, there's a lot here, and it was not lost on me that we're 6 on the previous one and 13 on this one. Although I would say the 6 was a little light. I mean, that was kind of pretty short, so I wasn't so uncomfortable listing these. But especially since we're already through one of these years already. You know, we really just have 14 meetings or something if we're lucky. So so there we go. No, I'm perfectly fine with those suggestions.
All right, I'll go ahead and go out to the public. Looks like we have one hand raised.
It
I'll
looks
bring
like.
back to the camera.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, what were you saying, Todd?
Oh,
Looks like
Vice Mayor
Stu,
Jordan
sorry.
had his hand up, but
Oh,
he'll reserve it
the
for
name.
later. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, 2 minutes?
Yes, please.
Hi, good evening. So after the city council approves a commission's work plan, is the work plan available on city's website for the public to review? If not, I think it could be a good thing. That way the public and other commissioners know what other commissions are working on. That way, you know, possibly something could be organized if they're aligned, working on the same purview, something similar, we can know about it. So that's just my question, is if after the city council does approve a work plan, does the work plan then go up on some sort of website, or is it available to the public? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I just had a couple comments. One is actually Councilmember McQuaid made my comment for me. So I just want to second what she said about making it as always making a point of that we're reaching out to BIPOC and, you know, being more all-inclusive LGBTQ+, that we're trying to expand who we're looking for, the kinds of businesses and finding employees. So I thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. But the other question I had was about the farmers market. I hear that you said that there was all these ones, but they're actually not all these ones that are walking distance that carry organic produce. And I'm actually really disappointed that you've given up on it. I liked it when it was on the bottom right below, it was on Solana, right below San Pablo. It was great. I always went, and I thought it had a real sense of community. And so I guess you're referring to the one in Berkeley on Thursdays where somebody would, it's not easily walkable, or maybe you're referring to the one in Kensington on Sundays, which also is not, I mean, I can walk there, but there are a lot of people that aren't going to be able to walk there. They'd have to drive. And I know that Albany is trying to support people walking. So anyway, I would like to see that revisited. And I think it would be fantastic, especially if we could really encourage people who had organic produce, that it was an organic farmer's market, because a lot of these farmers markets are a real combination. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Robert Chasty. I'm a member of the committee, and thanks, Todd, for presenting for us. I just want to thank the City Council for allocating additional resources. The only way this is going to happen is with the help of the city, and the economic development agenda that the city has been starved for a long time. And I'm glad to see that the city is stepping up and making this happen. So we need the help, and thank you for giving it to us.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello, yes. I'd just like to remind everybody, while you're waiting to get another farmer's market, you have the Sunday farm stand at the Gill Tract Community Farm, and that goes from 2:30 to 5 every Sunday. And it was quite abundant last Sunday. So just saying, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Vice Mayor Jordan, I believe you had something to say before I went to the public.
Yeah, I was just, as usual, jumping ahead, thinking of making a motion, but I can wait if others have comments they want to make.
I want to bring up, anyone else have any comments? I just want to say, Mr. Abbott, it's a very good plan. Again, it's been brought up several times about the equity. How do we attract businesses that are, women owned, minorities? How do we bring that into the city to show that we stand behind what we state or claim the city is for? So if you can include that, or have the members of the commission include that, that would be great. I think that will continue to progressively move our city forward. So with that said, I'll go ahead. Vice Mayor, you want to go ahead and make your motion?
Yeah, and I'll just make a couple of quick comments on the farmers market. I would also note that there is a farmers market 2 days a week, 1 weekday, 1 weekend day in El Cerrito Plaza, right on the Albany border. So that's quite close into another part of town. So at least the northern part of Albany is pretty well covered on at least 1 day a week. And I appreciate Ms. Matson bringing up that the Gill Tract farm has farm hours as well. Thank you. So the motion is to approve the Economic Development Committee work plan as presented, with moving items 3, 5, 6. I'm sorry, 3. I can break it straight. 3, 5, 6, and 8 to potential. And just for clarity, those are identify regular street events, research business improvement districts, research commercial district shuttle, and sustainable guidelines for businesses would go to potential. The remaining items from 1 through 9 would be sorted into the categories below by the committee at its pleasure. And the last item, let's see, the item regarding recruiting businesses would have a particular focus on women and BIPOC-owned businesses.
All right, I'll second that motion. Can we go ahead and get a roll call?
Can I ask a question of Vice Mayor Jordan? I'm sorry, Preston, you want to move the unique street event out of a work plan item to a potential work plan item?
Yes.
I would prefer to leave it as a work plan item. It seems like it will bring people to Albany. It won't serve the same function as the farmer's market, but it will serve sort of the community building function of the farmer's market. So I would hate to have that disappear off the work plan. I think there's some real potential there that can be done sooner rather than later.
So yeah, the reason that my thinking behind making it potential, so it would stay on the work plan and what is sometimes colloquially termed the parking lot, is that with what's going on with COVID over the next year, I don't think any kind of street event is really something that people are going to be that thrilled about or that we should invite upon ourselves. So that's the reason I think it's, I'm looking at items that maybe don't fit real well right now with what is going on now and likely over the next year, and saying, let's move those to potential. If again, the potential, if the committee gets through the ones that are above the line, then they can go to the ones below the line. So it's not gone, it's just indicating a priority.
We did approve an event for this coming Sunday. It's not a city event, but we have approved it. So the precedent, even in these times, is there.
If I may, I'm just going to jump in here, uninvited. One of the reasons I'm perfectly happy to accept this is that we still have business organizations that are going to be working on these issues, and the SA and the chamber will continue trying to. They may come back with a proposal and ask for city support on something, but it could still carry on without the weight of the Economic Development Committee, which, as Vice Mayor Jordan mentioned, still has a lot on its plate. So that's kind of where I was coming from with that situation.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Let me go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
and the motion carries.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Good night. Okay.
Good night.
Good night. Go ahead.
And next,
Go to the. Go ahead.
Sorry, we have the Climate Action Committee Chair, Daniel Chen, as well as Climate Action Committee member Nick Peterson. If you give me a minute and I'll bring them up.
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening, Daniel.
Yeah, I have a couple of prepared slides. The majority of the content is in the agenda packet. So let's get started. Let me share my screen. So I wanted to touch on a couple of high-level themes in our work plan discussion that really helped inform how we came up with this plan. So if we look at the previous work plan, the primary item there was to develop a climate action and adaptation plan. And that was sort of the high-level theme there. We got a lot done sort of outside of that, which I'll go over in the next slide. But if that was the previous theme, the theme for this work cycle is to carry out actions outlined in 3 CAP focus areas, which are building electrification, zero emission transportation, and green infrastructure adaptation and resilience. So to give a quick summary on how the last work cycle went, we got a lot done. The biggest highlights were developing and finalizing the CAP 2.0, getting green building reach codes into ordinances, changing the default rate plan for East Bay Community Energy to the Renewable 100 plan, and implementing a utility users tax. We worked on a couple of things that are still ongoing, including promoting the Carbon-Free Albany challenge, as well as working on policy measures for reducing natural gas and transportation emissions. And finally, we took a hard look at things that we hadn't really worked on. There were a couple of items in the previous work plan focused around waste reduction having a formal interaction with the school board, and sort of becoming more integrated into updates on large development projects and major modifications to the planning and zoning code. So that's a high-level summary of the previous work plan. To go over the 2021 to 2023 work plan, like I mentioned earlier, there's 3 major areas that we want to focus on, which are building electrification, zero emissions transportation, and green infrastructure. So when we were discussing the work plan, we wanted to make sure that we had ambitious goals. We don't expect to get every item on the work plan finished, but the nature of many of these efforts is that they will sort of work immediately or not at all, and will either take a lot of time to finalize or sort of be very quick to be infeasible. So under building electrification, we have a measure DD financial incentive program that we'd like to work on, addressing natural gas elimination in new construction and remodels, as well as a municipal buildings electrification study, just sort of getting that kicked off. Under the zero emissions transportation pillar, we have a measure DD funding item to adopt zero emissions transportation modes, increase access to EV charging, and initiate a municipal fleet electrification study. And under green infrastructure, we have a measure DD funding for tree installation and developing a climate disaster resilience plan, especially focused on hot weather and air quality events, which have definitely occurred pretty recently. Finally, there were a couple items that didn't fit neatly into the 3 pillars. In particular, collaborating with other bodies within Albany. We got a lot of community feedback that it would be beneficial to have more of a formal process for coordinating with the school board. We're exploring a couple options on how to do that. And in general, working on education, outreach, and community, mostly through the Carbon Free Albany website, as well as working on general outreach to promote community engagement. So that's the end of the prepared slides I have. As I mentioned, there are more details in the actual work plan document in the agenda packet, and I would be happy to receive any feedback or answer any questions that the council has on our work plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Daniel. Go ahead and open it up for the council. Sorry, Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. That was a great presentation. We recently received a presentation and are working on, or have staff working on a ordinance regarding soft story retrofitting. And I'm thinking as we look at that and EV charging stations, if there's a way to well, I don't want to say combine those 2 things, but have those 2 pieces work in tandem with each other, whether it's an incentive program for one if they do the other, or how to make it easier if you're doing the retrofit to do the EV charging, at least the setup at the same time. So I'm wondering if you could include that in your work plan as sort of a bit of a further step to get 2 things done at the same time.
That's something that I think came up somewhat recently, and I guess my understanding was there is a little bit of time urgency to get the soft story ordinance sort of finalized. It's definitely something we would be willing to take on. I think when we initially discussed it, we thought it would be a bit much given the other priorities we have, but we serve at the council's pleasure and would love to take that on as an issue.
Nick, you have your hand up. If you want to go ahead and speak to this issue as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, that we were always looking for ways that we can piggyback efforts. So one thing I wanted to point out, and we might at some point put up the actual draft work plan, several of, if not all of the DD funded suggested items are really pilot projects. So the idea is, one is the pilot project to get level 2 EV charging into multifamily buildings, which is, a real hurdle for people who are renting, wanting to have an electric vehicle, and then they have nowhere to charge it. So when we do this, it'll involve reaching out to property owners, to tenants, to others. There'll be a whole process in finding case study buildings, and it could be there's an overlap there. Certainly if there's also soft story structures that are in that same category, there's an opportunity to combine those efforts. But I think to restrict it too much, I mean, we're trying to keep it in a very broad sense right now, but that'll get more refined, and I think there's an opportunity there. So I think that's a really good point.
Thank you so much, Nick. Any other council members have anything they would like to say at this time? All right. Looks like looks like we have one public. Go ahead, Judy. 2 minutes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good.
Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to suggest that perhaps the time for including water in the climate action plan is now. We've been working on carbon reduction. We've been working on a number of other items, but it's clear that water is also a clear issue. And I'd like to suggest that in this work plan, or perhaps in future work plans, you discuss the possibility of including availability of water, water reduction in our community use, and how we can best utilize our resource. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your comment, Judy. Anyone else? All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to council for final discussion and a motion. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation with slides of all things. Thank you, Chair. So it's 13 items, and that's not a bad match to the rate of attainment on the last one. So thank you very much for thinking about that. And again, like with the Economic Development Committee, the intent was for all the items to be sorted into either regular reports, recurring action items, or one-time action items. So I will leave that perhaps to the committee to do that. I think it's fairly straightforward which ones are which. I would like to suggest considering moving some items to potential. Again, just to set priorities. I don't think the city vehicle electrification study is a high priority item. I mean, that is something that city staff, in my experience since I've been on the council, looks at and considers with each purchase. And Albany being a small city, I don't think that's an area where we can be a leader, because we might only have one or two of any particular vehicle, and it really needs to work, as opposed to a bigger city which has a fleet. So, if one vehicle doesn't work, it's only 10% of that particular type of vehicle. So I would suggest move that to potential, and city building electrification study to potential, in order to focus on the other items.
Do you want to respond, Daniel? Go ahead.
I think that's totally fair feedback. We think it's important for the city to set an example. So even though the actual amount of carbon reduced or environmental impact might not be particularly high from municipal actions, it's definitely something that's on our radar. I think it makes a lot of sense given the number of items that we have to tackle to move those two items to potential future work items. Nick, do you have any comments on this?
Yeah. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, I was just going to add in, Daniel mentioned the example too. I'm actually on a committee that advises the school board, and we've been working with the district and the board to prepare an RFQ for a solar power consultant to come in and advise the district on how to reduce the cost of their electricity while also installing more solar, whatever. So there could be opportunities there for the city to partner in and get some work done. Our goal there was to get the process started, but I think we weren't thinking we would get very far on it other than just trying to launch it out, maybe get a consultant involved. But I think moving it to a future one is certainly okay with me.
Okay, any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, thank you again, Daniel and Nick. We'll go ahead and get a motion from the council. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I will go ahead and move approval of the Climate Action Committee's work plan with the direction to move all the items that are above the line into regular reports, recurring action items, and one-time action items as appropriate. And with the exception of moving the city building electrification study and the city vehicle electrification study into potential.
Second.
All right, go ahead and get a roll call.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
and Mayor Gary.
Yes.
Motion
If I
carries.
could,
Thank you so much, Nick and Daniel, for your time. You have a good evening.
if I may, I skipped over addressing the water question. I think it's important for the committee to focus on the greenhouse pollution question. Water is obviously important, and there's existing building codes that reduce water consumption as buildings are built and remodels occur. I'll have a report on a potential major way to reduce water usage under the city council reports at the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Go ahead, and for the last charter review committee work plan.
Yes, lastly, we have the vice chair of the Charter Review Committee, Miles Tepper.
Hi, y'all.
Hello.
Unfortunately, I don't have such a nice presentation as the last one, but on the bright side, it is going to be pretty short. So we don't have, there's no, work plan outcomes from the last term. The committee did not meet 2019 to 2021, so we don't have anything to report. And we've only got 4 one-time action items. So our action items are to consider alternatives to council term limits to encourage broader participation, to potentially lower the voting age to 16 for school board voting and potentially council voting, to review charter terminology for inclusivity and gender neutrality, and to review for council compensation to encourage broader participation in council. So essentially to, see if we can sort of expand who can serve on the council. So those are 4.
All right, thank you so much, Miles. I'll go ahead and open up to the council.
I'll start. Thank you, Miles, for stepping up tonight and doing this. Yeah, there's a lot of work when you put something on the ballot. So I want to be sure that the council has a good understanding of what you're actually thinking about, and maybe gives you some questions to think about as you move forward, so that we don't get in a position of being surprised at any point in this process. And I know that some of my questions have to get answered as you do the research. It's a little bit chicken and egg, like you don't know until you do it, and then you don't know if you want to do it, because it's all kind of confusing. So I've got questions on all 3. Do you want me to just go through them at this point? Does that make sense? On the term limits, I'm curious as to what you're considering.
I believe we're considering, the idea is to, get, with all due respect to the council now, I guess, fresh blood, relatively often with the council. This one I actually could not attend the last meeting where I think we talked about this one a little bit in detail. So I'm not positive what the actual consideration was. But the idea is just to get a larger percentage of, a larger participation from, a broader participation from Albany residents.
Have you would the same rules apply to the school district?
Yes. I don't know if we actually discussed that at the same length.
Because it would be important to me to know what you're thinking about. And at this point, I'm not quite sure that we're getting that piece yet. With youth voting, has the current school board weighed in on this? I know there was interest several years ago with a different school board.
I don't believe so, no.
And do you know what cities, I know several cities have approved this, but what cities are actually doing it?
I'm not sure. I know that was what was discussed as something that we had to find out while we were researching this.
Right. And then always, what's the cost? Because it's an expensive proposition, I think. The terminology, I think that's great. I'm sorry.
I was saying that'll be another piece that, is for the research.
And again, the compensation, what are you thinking? What kind of numbers are we talking about? What's the goal here?
The idea here would just be to broadly increase by at least a little bit compensation for council to, allow people who otherwise may not have the means to participate and to serve on the council, would allow them to be able to participate. So again, these are really goals for, as they both say, just generally broader participation from across the entire town. So that would be looking at increasing compensation.
You have to be careful of your terminology. When I think twice you've mentioned people cannot run. They can run. What you're trying to do is make it easier for people.
Easier for people to serve. Yeah.
Right. And I think it's important to make that distinction because anyone over 18 who's lived here for 30 days can actually run. Okay, so I have a few comments, but I'll wait till other people speak.
So hold on, Miles, is there anyone, or Ann, is there anyone else that could assist Miles with addressing these questions? He stated over that he was not at the last meeting, so we definitely don't want to bombard him with questions that he has no answers to. So at this time, is there anyone else here that could assist him in addressing the questions? Yes, no, maybe so.
No.
Okay.
Well, not to necessarily put somebody on the map, but I do see in the attendees list that committee member Chomsky is attending. So if he's willing to talk and he was at the last meeting, that might be helpful.
That would be very helpful. So if you want to go ahead and let him in. Thank you so much, Miles. You're doing an excellent job. I just needed you to get a little help to address these questions. So you're not just put on the spot. You're welcome. Go ahead, Harry. Are you on?
It takes a few seconds for him to be promoted up.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, I was not at the last meeting either, so I may not be able to answer the questions any better than Miles did. But I can say that regarding Councilmember McQuaid's questions, I think those are exactly the kinds of questions that we would be looking into as part of this research. The ideas that came up were offered to us by members of the community and by ourselves, and we would like to learn more about it and see which ones are good ideas to pursue as possible charter amendments. Regarding compensation, I think maybe this was clear from what Miles said, but if not, I think the idea is that when you are a member of the city council, you have to do a lot of work to prepare for meetings and attend meetings, and it takes time, and it may take time away from other work you could be doing to earn money. And for people who can't afford to take that amount of time at a very low rate of pay, that creates a disincentive to participate as a council member. And the goal of, if we were to recommend increasing the compensation, the goal would be to make it possible for more people to make it feasible for more people to serve on the council and be compensated in a way that lets them succeed in balancing that with the rest of their work and financial obligations.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to note, we've got another member of this committee, I believe, David Danby, raising your hand, which granted, David Danby in Zoom is not always David Danby, but I believe in this case it might be.
Okay, we just want to verify if that is true.
Yes,
Go ahead, you're off mute.
That is
okay.
I was at the meeting 2 months ago, I guess it was, and it was a very short meeting. There was not much more discussion than we had when we discussed this the first time around, which shows the proposal that we have right here. And Miles's answers, I think, were right on.
Thank you so much for your input. Before we go to public comment, is there any council members? Okay, we'll go ahead to the public comment, please.
Yeah, hey, it's Jeremiah. So if we increase the amount, city council gets per meeting or subcommittee per meeting, some subcommittees council's on gets what, $250 or a month or something. I forget what it was. I was just wondering if the light fare is going to increase also, and by what percentage. Also, I was mentioning earlier about the transparency of once the city council approves a work plan, is it then made available for the public to review? I mentioned that earlier, and I don't know if I got an answer yet, or maybe there is no answer, but I just want to say that again, to where after these work plans are approved by city council, are they available for the public to review? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, that's it. Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. City manager, did you want to address the comment made and just provide a timeline when that will go up, if it's going up, or what the procedure is for him? Thank you.
Sure. As they're approved and adopted by the city council, they are posted to our website. I want to recognize Vice Mayor Jordan for reminding us to do that. We had a little disconnect over the recess, but we are posting them as they're adopted to the website. Let me be clear, to the website page for each of the advisory bodies.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Any other, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so to provide some feedback, and thank you for putting together the list and presenting it. I would suggest deleting item number 1, which is alternative council limits. So from my listening to the meetings, the interest was in reducing the council term limits to 1 term. And I think in a larger city where there were lots of candidates, that would be, an idea that had some feasibility, but we already have uncontested elections upon occasion. The last 2 elections, we only had 1 candidate more than the number of seats. So we're already on the edge. And were we to go to a single term limit, if the voters approve that, which is the second part of this, I think we would see a lot of uncontested elections, and that is not, that's a worse outcome for democracy, in my opinion. We might even end up with the council having to appoint people because we don't even have as many candidates as we have seats. The other part of this is there was a measure on the ballot to eliminate term limits for school board. I don't recall, I think it was 4 years ago or so, and it failed. So between those two elements, I do not think this idea is worth pursuing. And I'll stop there. I've got comment on another item as well, but my best to stop there and see what the other council members think.
Regarding this issue, are there any other council members who agree, disagree, or have any suggestions? Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to restate something I've said in the past and a number of times, and that is that I think that charter review really should be an ad hoc committee that is pulled together when the council has something for it that it wants it to research and pursue. I'm not for or against any of these things. I just don't see any of them. We've been talking about the strategic plan and the need to reduce the number of things that we're asking staff to do and that we do as a city. I don't see any of these kind of rising to the top of our priority list. So my preference would be to go back to the ad hoc model for the Charter Review Commission.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Anyone else? Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I would generally agree with Preston about the first of these, of the term limits. Having more strict term limits would probably lead us to uncontested elections. That said, there are only 4 things on here. I don't want to cut anything out. If the committee really wants to explore it and is willing to spend the time, I think they probably have time to explore all 4 of these. If so, Miles or Harry, if you have any thoughts on that item of why you want to keep it in or what should be explored there, I'd be happy to hear them. But otherwise, I think these are, worth exploring.
Miles? Eric? No comment? Okay.
Well,
Harry.
I think the term limit item, the people on the committee who had expressed interest in it were committee members Danby and Bowman. So if one of them wants to speak up for why it should be kept, that would be best.
Is David, go ahead, David, go ahead, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
I'm coming. The idea about the term limits was really to spend some time investigating it. I understand Rochelle's concerns about it and others, but I think we wanted to get it approved so that we could talk more about it and see what's possible and come back with some specific suggestions. It was that simple.
All right. Councilmember McQuaid?
Thank you. I definitely agree with Vice Mayor Jordan and I think Councilmember Tiedemann that I really have no interest in item number 1. The voters at the last election passed the ranked choice voting, and one of the arguments for doing that was to increase the number of candidates that were running. And I think it's important to go through that process and just see and evaluate, did that work? Is there going to be an uptick in candidates? And if not, then maybe we need to look at something else. But I think that's what we're going to try something. Let's do that first before we start making a lot of other changes. So I would take that one off the list. And I also agree with Councilmember Nason. I wish this was not an advisory body as it is, but rather an ad hoc committee. And I really, if the council has a strong sense that there are things we're really not interested in, I really don't want you to be spending a lot of your time looking at them, because I think that's, rather disrespectful to you and your time. As far as lowering the voting age for school board members, I'm not particularly in favor of that. The cities that I know have passed it have not been able to implement it for a variety of reasons, one being the cost. So I just don't see anything there. And I'm honestly at this point not that interested in the council compensation. I think the one benefit that we do get that I think is critical to people are the healthcare benefits, which are really beneficial to a lot of people. And I think we want to keep that, but I think we want to make sure that that's a known part of all of this. So at this point, I don't really think that there's any of these that I'm particularly interested in. We did go through the terminology several years ago, and I'm sure things changed. I'm sure there's probably a couple of little things in there we may want to look at. I don't know if it's worth having a lot of time spent on that particular item, but that could be one that we want to be sure we have right.
Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I was just gonna say on the lowering the voting age for school board voting, I wanted to also say that that's what my research has indicated, that the cities that have adopted it have not been successful in implementing it. But apart from that, it does seem like something that the school board, I'd rather see that coming from the school district than coming from the city to put on the school district. So maybe the people who favor that should be talking with with school board members and seeing if they want to see that brought forward by the school board to the city. And as far as compensation, we, as with the term limit issue, I think that Councilmember McQuaid's point that we do have this very significant change to our voting system on tap. I think that we should do that and see how it works, whether it accomplishes this goal before trying these other methods, especially because the compensation issue that was before the council just a few years ago, and compensation that was being provided to the council was eliminated. So going back, switching back, I'm not a big fan of that at this point until we have seen how ranked choice voting affects the candidates coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, thank you. I think a small number of items is appropriate for this committee because the items take a lot more work than many other committees, in my experience. I served on this committee for a decade. I am quite passionate about the youth voting, and it's not necessarily just for school board. That's part of what they'll research, but the city that pioneered this, Tacoma Park, Maryland, provided the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds for both school board and council. And that is supported by the scientific research, the reason for doing that, as well as sociological research. So I won't go into that, but there's the political feasibility, but if you follow the science, there is no reason not to provide people of that age to vote if you're going to provide an 18-year-old to vote. And so, obviously I follow the science being a scientist. So there is a very strong reason not to provide a 14-year-old to vote and to provide a 16-year-old to vote. There's a neurological difference that's substantial and significant between the two. As far as ranked choice voting and eliciting more candidates, the research report provided by the Charter Review Commission did not find that ranked choice voting would increase the number of candidates or had increased the number of candidates in other cities in the Bay Area that have gone to ranked choice. So while that was a criteria that was suggested by the school board and was adopted as one of the 6 criteria that the Charter Review Committee used to judge the different methods, that criteria turned out to be non-discriminatory between the methods, unfortunately. And on the compensation, my interest is not an across the board raise, but is a means tested compensation. So those who have lower income otherwise would get more compensation for being on the council. And somebody like me who, has a professional job with relatively high income would get nothing. And I think that my interest is to not necessarily have more candidates, but have elicit a greater diversity of candidates in terms of economic background. Because this version of the council being somewhat exceptional. This is the first time since the mid-90s that there's been somebody who even rents on the council, even though most of the residents in Albany rent. So we're missing some pretty substantial perspectives on the council. So that is what I would be interested in having the Charter Review Committee explore. In terms of the terminology, there was a measure Q1 that the Charter Review Committee recommended to the council, and the council put on the ballot in 2016 to make the language of the charter gender neutral. That passed, so that is already done. So I would suggest moving that terminology. I mean, there may be other terms in there that could stand to be improved and changed, but I would suggest moving that to potential. And that may seem extreme because that will only leave 2 items to their Charter Review Committee. But again, in my experience, because these items are pretty involved to get right, since we're talking about the city's constitution, and because the body only meets every 2 months, that is plenty for it to, if it does diligence, that will take all of its time between now and whenever it makes a decision on those.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cheatham, please.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 things. First of all, on the discussion of whether this committee should be ad hoc, I don't think this is really the time to rehash that conversation. As we had that conversation a while ago, we decided as a body that this was how it's going to work, and we've got people who are motivated right now to do the work, who have presented us their ideas, and part of being respectful of their time is saying, okay, you want to do this work and you've agreed to do it as we set this committee up the last time we talked about it. And so we should try that out and see how it goes. On the point of compensation, I think we're missing a couple of things here, because I think this is really worth looking at, not only because it would allow people who don't usually run for council to run for council. It's worth acknowledging that this council is slightly abnormal compared to the last one, considering that we have more people who don't own their home and are working full time than the last council had. And that's difficult to balance with doing all the work you need to do for council. I would struggle to think that any one of us is getting paid minimum wage for the work we're doing for this on what we're being paid now. And that's considering that we have those great health benefits, which are worth mentioning, but it also means that, we have to sacrifice time that we could be spending doing council things, doing other things in order to make ends meet for some people. And there are a range of benefits to paying people who represent us more. If you get more qualified applicants, who would otherwise be doing something else that could probably make them more money, you get people to be able to spend more time. We have a really concrete example of this in Berkeley, where one city council member was working part-time at Pete's. They raised the pay for council members. He no longer works at Pete's and can spend more time working for Berkeley. So I think this is well worth exploring, and is not just one. It was not just one benefit that we have to see how RCV works out, and the compensation would be doubling that. We might not need it. I think it is worth looking at just based on its intrinsic value and on the value it could get out of anyone serving.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. I enjoyed the dialogue on this. One thing that I think that need to be possible potential future items or even on this item is to review and amend the entire charter. I think the last time it was amended was in 2018. So it would be nice to just have the charter committee go through and see if there's any issues that they see fit that they could amend and bring to the council at some point. So that's, I know that's a tall order because it would entail a lot of work, but I think that's something that I think they should consider as a future item. So, with that said, I will open it up for a motion to go forward on this. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
I will I will move approval of the Charter Review Committee's work plan with the deletion of alternative council term limit consideration and moving review charter terminology to potential.
Seconded.
All right, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember McQuay,
No.
Councilmember Nason,
No.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much, Miles, for your time, Harry and David for coming on, presenting this information to us. We appreciate it. You have a good night. All right, we'll go on. Thank you. We'll go to item number 10, which is unfinished business. This is our city council mission and vision statement updates. Before you, you have the strategic plan slide. We can start with the mission, and you have 3 options of the vision statement. So we'll start with the mission statement. See if we have any comments, feedback, concerns.
Yeah, hold on. So it's a little slower pulling all this up now, new thing. I believe that the report says we choose one or the
So
other.
we're starting with the mission statement. Is there anything that we want to look at as far as the mission statement before we go to the vision statement?
And do we have to approve this one, or can we send it back to the subcommittee? I'm not quite sure what we're doing here.
So we're looking at the mission statement. Is there any concerns? Do we want to change the wording? Let's have a discussion about it. If you don't think this is what the city needs to go, someone say something, send it back. We'll work on it again.
I don't know what it means.
Okay, Councilmember Tiedemann, you want to speak to this?
Sure, I can a little bit. I mean, so Mayor Garrett and I met and came up with this, and part of what we did was, first of all, remove trying to fit in every, possible goal into this, as the mission statement should be a lot broader than that, and not say, we're aiming to increase housing and blah. So this is what we settled on as, this is trying to say what our mission is as a city. So and I can go through some of these bits, and Mayor, feel free to jump in with your interpretation as we discussed it.
So basically the mission, the vision, when you're doing a strategic plan, the mission is not what we hope. We're not saying words that we cannot back. So if we're going to have a mission, what is our mission? How are we going to drive that strategic plan forward? What is our vision? It's not saying who we are. It's the mission and the vision that will encompass the strategic plan. So just like Councilmember Tiedemann said, he was able to come up with my help on a way of what we think our mission should be. What is the mission in regards to the strategic plan? What do we hope to accomplish? Not who we are and what we stand for. Completely the mission and the vision. Councilmember Tiedemann, you had something else you wanted to say? I'm sorry.
Just that, part of this is, I think the regional leader part is important, as we wanted to distinguish that, Albany wants to be improving ourselves and creating these opportunities for everybody in Albany, and on a in a way that's not following anyone else around here, of proving that we can be a leader, that we can show that we have these real, strong progressive values and solutions to things without, following anyone else's example, that we can show people how it's done. And to do that, to, create these ways that bring everybody out, and I think ensuring everyone has the opportunity to thrive is really, that's the goal of any city. It's ensuring that everybody can do what they want to in Albany and has the tools they need to do it.
Well, I like the part that everyone has an opportunity to thrive. I think that's a good phrase. I'm not sure what the innovative solutions, what does that mean? And I'm not clear on what uplifting voices exactly means. I think it should be more clear as to specific innovative solutions to what. So I just think it's too vague, and I'm not sure that the average person would understand what this means.
So any suggestions?
I would send it back to the subcommittee and have the other council members weigh in.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I had suggested we just, we keep the city mission statement, but remove the phrase maintaining its small town ambiance. The former city mission statement was the city of Albany is dedicated to maintaining its small town ambiance, responding to the needs of a diverse community, and providing a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. So the focus there was basically making Albany a better place to live. And it looks like this is more, to me, like the mission statement for a nonprofit organization. We're going to be a leader in solving regional problems. And my trouble with that is, for one thing, it's like, why would Albany be in a position to be a leader? I think it's important to realize, we are struggling with some of the most basic functions of a city, doing our financial reports, having a long-term financial plan, lighting and crossing, having really some basic safety stuff that we really need to deal with. We have a lot of, we've got this rat house, we have to have a way of dealing with nuisances. We just have a lot of really basic municipal business that we need to do before we jump out and say, we're going to be the regional leader. I think it's notable that, our recently very long-term Alameda County supervisor, as his kind of farewell address, talked about how cities should not exist if they have under 75,000 residents, that any city that's under 75,000 should be annexed by a larger city. I don't believe that. I do believe that Albany has a lot to offer and should continue and can do some things that are innovative and leadership, and provide leadership. But that's not the core. To me, the core is making it a good, safe, healthy place to live. And if we can get there, we'll be in a better position to distinguish ourselves as a regional leader. So my preference would be to go back to the old mission statement, but remove that small town ambiance. I don't think that is something that we are committed to these days in the same way that we were when it was adopted.
Anyone else?
And by the way, I agree with the part about uplifting voices and ensuring every person has the opportunity to thrive. That seems consistent to me with our former mission statement and could be worked into it constructively. Maybe that's an improvement on responding to the needs of a diverse community.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I'm just going to note that there's an attendee who has her hand raised. Maybe this is
Thank you. We'll go ahead and go to public comments. We'll start with Grace. Go ahead, please. You're on mute.
Good evening. My name is Grace Lexington. I've been listening to the comments by the council members. I'd like to say, first of all, that the mission statement and the vision statement are highly different things with different meanings. The focus should be upon, for the vision statement, Albany should be an up and coming city to be brought into the 21st century. This is 2021. You do have priorities. You can be innovative. The question on the table to most of you is how. So that should stay. Innovation is the key to moving any city forward. If you don't have it, you lag behind and you will not move. Yes, you don't have your priorities in order. It is, as one councilwoman said, a priority to meet the needs of the people that you serve. That is why you are elected, and that's why you've served. If it has taken 20 to 30 years for you to get this point, you need to get it tonight. This will not stop. Fix that rat issue, period. End the story, end the statement. Fix the hill issue. It's going to burn if you don't. What happens when it burns? The city is liable. You are liable as people who quote unquote serve the city. So if you're going to have these statements, please stand by them. Please mean them and examine your character in them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
I think this is an improvement over the old one, especially the small town ambience, which I always thought was code for white. I basically like it. I think I would make some small changes. So I'm wondering if the subcommittee that's working on this, if public comment is accepted, is there a way that we could attend those meetings? I just don't know the answer to that question, so that we could be part of helping to create this. I think that basically it's good. I agree. I like uplift voices in our community, making sure that ensuring every person has the opportunity to thrive. I think it's a good goal. I don't think it's possible, but I think it's a good goal. Being a regional leader, I'm not sure about. Anyway, I would like to have more chance to help work on this, and I just don't know if that's a possibility. And then I had a question about the pictures, the photos that are I'm looking at this, and this has a picture of the top of the community center building. And is this just juxtaposed with these photos, and it's not the way it's going to be presented when it is decided on? Or is it is the photo part of it for all of these, the vision and the mission statement? So it's just a question. I'm kind of unclear about those photos. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Okay, I think that's it. I'll go ahead and bring it to the council unless I'll got back on. Councilmember Cheatham, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so to respond to a couple things, first of all, for giving comment to the subcommittee, those aren't public meetings because it's just Janelle and I meeting over tea or something. But if you have thoughts that you'd like to share, you're more than welcome to email them to us, and we will take a look. But those are not Brown Act meetings, they're specifically subcommittees, so that they don't have to be. The images are just for this presentation. The image for the mission statement is one I took a while back, so I just happen to have. So these are not tied to those images. The language is what we care about. And then for talking about the regional versus, fulfilling our core functions, I think it's important to note here when we were talking about this, we agreed on regional partly because it was saying Albany is part of a region that we get a lot of benefit from, but we also have to deal with a lot of issues. And a lot of the biggest issues facing Albany are because of the region we exist in. And because of that, Albany has to have a greater awareness of where we sit. This is sort of in direct opposition to that small town feel line of we need to be focusing on where we sit in this larger context and trying to be at the forefront of dealing with those problems. Now, that doesn't mean not, fulfilling our core goals as a city, but I think if our mission statement was we aim to keep the lights on, that would be a pretty poor mission statement. So I think this is aiming higher than that, essentially, and I think that's what we should be aiming for.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you, and thank the subcommittee for working on these and bringing these to us. I prefer the proposed mission statement over the prior one. It would be nice if we could get to consensus on something that is so critical. So I'm not saying we should just push ahead and adopt the new one, but I do very much like the new one as compared to the old one. I think opportunity to thrive is exactly right. It resonates with American culture and supposedly the promise of American society in general. Obviously a dream far from being achieved, but I think it's great to connect it to that dream. Albany has been a regional leader. We have done a number of innovative things that have also helped us achieve kind of that core mission. So for instance, the property tax to repair sidewalks, I'm not aware of any other city in the entire state that has that. The differentiated utility tax rate that was just passed by the voters, that actually led Berkeley to try to do the same thing. So we actually led Berkeley in that case. For me, part of the case of why Albany should be a regional leader goes back to a neighbor of mine passed a Washington Post analysis of the balance of campaign contributions across the political spectrum, city by city, across the entire country. And Albany was one of the 10 most liberal cities in the entire country. And so I feel that having collected ourselves here, we have a unique responsibility to actually do something and not just, say, well, that's great, we got ours and too bad for everybody else. I think we have a responsibility to try to really push the envelope where it makes sense. We're the first city to adopt proportional ranked choice voting in over 80 years after it was almost completely wiped out by conservative elements. So I don't see that these are mutually incompatible in any way. And I think we already are an innovative leader, and I hope that we will continue to be.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilman Nason.
Yeah, I am not objecting in any way to Albany pursuing innovative strategies and providing leadership where it's appropriate. I am objecting to making that the centerpiece of our mission. I think that the centerpiece of our mission should be doing our job and keeping this a safe and healthy place where people can live. I think it is important to note that one of the ways that a main way that systemic racism is perpetuated is through economic inequality. And we have, at one time, Albany, the raison d'etre for Albany as being not Berkeley was that it was a low tax town. That isn't true anymore. It's now a very, very high tax town. In some ways, it's a higher tax town than Berkeley is. And that makes it that much more difficult for young people to be able to get a foothold here. So when we're pursuing innovative solutions that raise, that place these burdens on incoming people that don't place the same burdens on people who are already here. We're actually doing something that we may think is kind of egalitarian because those people coming in have a lot of money, a lot of income, but we're also making it a more expensive place to enter and get a foothold. And that does not foster equality or equity. So it isn't a simple equation. It's complex. But to me, the fundamental is we have to do our job. We have to make Albany a high functioning little city first and foremost, and pursue innovative things when and where we can. I don't think it should be our first priority to be pursuing regional leadership. I have a suggestion. I've tried to kind of put some of these ideas together into a phrase that combines them both. And this would be something along the lines of the city of Albany is dedicating to uplifting the diverse voices in our community while ensuring every person has the opportunity to thrive and providing a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment for all. And I would suggest in adding providing a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment for all through service and innovation.
I just to interject very quickly, I'm a visual person rather than, so if that can be put up on the screen, that would really help me a lot because I can't, that's just the way my mind works. It's part of why I'm a geologist.
Okay, let's see. If I put it, unfortunately, Word does not work very well on my little laptop, but I could write it I could use Outlook to create a message and try to write it out.
Thank you for humoring me.
I'm writing it in the form of an email to Anne. All right. And give me just 1 minute here.
Thanks.
So Councilmember Nason, really quick on you brought up 2 points. You said high functional, if you can elaborate on that. And when you say that we need to work towards that, isn't our strategic plan is us making sure that this city is a safe, healthy, we have put all these measures in place to achieve what we need, what you've stated through our strategic plan. So our mission should be driven on us achieving those, not necessarily putting words on paper that doesn't reflect our city. I mean, we keep saying diverse, we keep saying but how are we doing that? And so I think in our strategic plan, we've laid those items out. I think Council Member Tiedemann stated that, we have to step back and say, we're not like the other cities continuing to do the same thing, expecting different results. So if we're going to say that we're helping diverse, our actions need to reflect that. How do our action reflect that? We do the work, not just putting it on paper just to say that, oh, we're diverse and that we're helping our diverse community. What actions are we doing to make that? That's not our mission. Your mission should reflect exactly what you're doing in your strategic plan. You don't have to use those key words that most cities continue to use because it sounds good and we're not actually doing the work. So that's all I'm saying. If we're going to have a mission statement, we got to stand by what we're saying and actually do it without just putting words on paper so we can look good.
No, I certainly agree. I think, though, that there's a lot of things that probably fall better into a core. Thank you, Anne. So if you take, for example, a safe environment. Okay, and let's take the lightings and crossing issue. That is providing, that's really important to providing a place that is safe. We have a lot of more innovative and exciting goals and in our strategic plan, but things like getting people to walk to Solano Avenue and buy dinner and then walk home, maybe after having had a glass of wine with dinner. Well, if we want people to do those things, to in part to contribute to our piece of the climate change puzzle, and to support our businesses, and to encourage the healthy activity of walking. For all of those reasons, having safe ways to get across the street is essential. And there's nothing, to my mind, there's nothing contradictory, and it's not being a stick in the mud. It's really it's kind of like the thing about putting on your own mask before you put the mask on your kid. Make sure that you've got safe ways for people to get across the street before you try to solve, well, as part of the basis for your efforts to contribute to solving climate change and to supporting our businesses and every other thing that we're trying to do here. And uplifting diverse voices, to me, that means we're trying to amplify, we're trying to get people to participate. And we do have a problem, folks. I think everybody knows that we've got, a small group of people who come to city council meetings, and we have a population that is largely unaware of what we're doing or what their opportunity is to impact it. We've got a lot of work to do in uplifting diverse voices. But I think that I think we should make that part of our mission. But the ultimate goal is that all those people who live in our community and who come into our community have a chance to thrive and to have these things that we want the city to provide for them.
Councilmember Quaid, then Councilmember Tiedemann.
Thank you. Rochelle, I like this a lot. I think it's really good. I would be happy to support this. So I guess at this point, that's all I have to say. I was going to say something else, but you did great, so I'll stop.
Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I think I'm not understanding. I don't see the having innovative solutions as being different to providing the kinds of services that Councilmember Nason is talking about. We're not talking, the point we're making here is not, we're going to do all this cool stuff and it's, we're going to not do other stuff. Everything is tied up here. Everything we do is kind of related to everything else we do, and having innovative solutions to big problems, I think, goes hand in hand with doing the core services that every city needs to do. And so I don't think it's separate. I think it's aiming, it's seeing the benchmark as we could just be doing this, but we are aiming above it and saying we're going to do that, and we are going to provide, we're going to go farther than that, and more than just light the streets. We're going to do something that other people could look to and see, oh, that's really how you implement smart progressive policy. That same sort of thing goes for opportunity to thrive. And Councilmember Nason, you sort of said what I was thinking about at the end of what you were saying without, I think, realizing it. Of opportunity to thrive here means safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. And you said, providing opportunity to thrive means providing all those things. That's exactly correct. And that's the point of the message is opportunity to thrive means having a safe, healthy, and sustainable community, and also doing whatever we can to further make sure that everybody in town has everything they need and has all the opportunities they need. So I think how the mayor and I were thinking about it is we capture this this point, and I'm not seeing the disconnect maybe.
No, and I also jump in too. I mean, if you read the sentences, you're still using the same words. You just flip them around, and it means exactly what Councilmember Tiedemann said. It means the exact same thing. What, we don't have diverse in there? Okay. But at the end of the day, those same words that you've written out in front of us is basically the same thing, just shortened. Like Councilmember Tiedemann said, opportunity to thrive. That means exactly that. It doesn't have to be written as that, just opportunity to thrive. That's it. Whatever that means to each individual, we shouldn't have to specifically state what it means for each individual. Let them take whole ownership of how they can thrive in the community without saying that. We're putting our words on something that someone may not feel those things are needed for them to thrive. So we don't have to add the extra. So if we can condense it and keep it simple, I don't understand the disconnect. It's just flipped around exactly what we're stating.
To say one more thing here, I'm perfectly happy to discuss and try and, it seems like we could make this a little bit more snappy or less verbose. So I'm perfectly happy, seeing as we have a vision statement to discuss and some other stuff that I think is more action item-y. I'd be happy to take the feedback we've received and go back to the drawing board to see if we can tighten up the statement proposed.
Okay, and also the community stated that they would be willing to interject some items, so we would take those under consideration as well. So now we'll move along to the vision statement. There's 3 options for us to consider. And so
I would suggest because we still have meaty stuff ahead of us, that we get the mission statement done, that we take up the vision statement after we take up the revised mission statement at our next meeting.
Sounds good. Do you all agree? Because we do have other items that are much needed. Okay, we'll go ahead and move this to September 20th. Hopefully we'll be able to get a consensus on the mission statement. With that said, we will move.
Before we move, we do have people with public comment, and I want to make sure we get them before, so we have their comment for when we write.
Looks like we have 2 comments. We'll start with Jeremiah, then Brian Doss.
Hi, thank you. A lot of this, we're talking about the population in Albany. The census is 20,000 people. It's been 20,000 people for the past 10 years. I mean, the last census in Albany was 2010, was 20,000. And we're still going by these numbers of 20,000 people in Albany. When's the new census coming out? When's these updated numbers of a new population of Albany? Please, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please. Go ahead, Brian, you're on mute.
Wait, am I first or is it Jeremiah?
No, I already went. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Really quick, for the statement, I know that you're going to come back to it and you have a lot of meaty items, which I'm going to stick around for. But for the statement, it talks about diverse, and then it goes away from diversity and then talks about everybody. And I'd like to see that statement stick with the diverse. So we want diverse voice, we want our diverse community to thrive as well as their voices to be heard. So I'd like for that community to be uplifted throughout the statement and not just at the beginning, because in all honesty, it's the diverse communities are the ones that we need to be intentional about, because the others are already thriving. So we don't need to make sure that we include them, because the others within the community are already thriving, and it's the diverse persons that we want to make sure that we kind of single out, because that's what we need to focus on, because those are the ones that are struggling within our community. So I'd like for that to be amplified throughout the statement. I think it'll be really powerful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. All right, we got one more comment, please.
I'm not sure why we're commenting twice on that, so I'm just glad to have the opportunity. But I also wanted to say that when somebody's talking, at the top of the screen, it does show the number of attendees, not while the public is talking. It's very weird. I guess what I wanted to say, I wanted to reply to a comment made by Councilmember Nason about the number of people that are not aware of what's going on at these city council meetings. And just this is sort of sideways to this mission statement, but that's the reason for wanting to limit the terms of in the previous discussion is exactly that people do not feel like they have an opportunity to be part of what's going on in Albany because they don't feel like there's a place for them. And as Vice Mayor Jordan has pointed out, incumbents don't lose, and so people don't run. And so I just think I'm really sorry that you took it off the work plan. And I think this is an integral part of what you're trying to accomplish, which is that you're not trying to just serve the community, you're trying to incorporate their voices and you uplift their voices or lift up their voices or whatever it says. And the only way that you can do that is by making people feel like you want them there. And one way to do that is for people who have been around a long time to step aside. And that's not happening. And that's why that it was so important that the item that you took off was so important, because people aren't going to willingly step aside. So sometimes you just have to make them do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. We'll go ahead and close comments. We'll move to new business, start with 11A. We'll go ahead and get the staff report on this.
Thank you, Mayor. This staff report simply transmits the request from Social and Economic Justice Commission for a request for a racial equity survey and statistics. Attached to your staff report this evening, you also have some discussion in terms of what may be necessary with regard to technical resources, depending on the direction given by council this evening. I believe we have representatives from SEJC here this evening. Hopefully, if so, that individuals can raise their hand. Otherwise, be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, City Manager. We'll go ahead and open it up to the council, but let's see if there's any attendees. Jeremiah, if you want to bring him up and to kind of, let's see, I think he's the only one. Okay, I'll open it up for discussion with the council first, and then if we have any questions, we'll go ahead and ask Jeremiah. Looks like he's the only commissioner here for the SEJC. Any questions, comments, concerns? No? Okay. Jeremiah, you have a question? Your hand is up.
Oh, I was just instructed to raise my hand by the city manager, so I was just following instructions.
No. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the city council. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. This is a fairly small survey that the city would be sending out with, our name on it. And I'm a little bit concerned about the professionalism of it and what we're actually going to get out of it for the money that we're going to put into it. And I know this is the agenda item. It's not any other thoughts, but I would like us to not do this particular survey, but to ask staff to bring back information on doing a broader survey, which would include racial equity questions, but it would give us a gap in an idea of any gaps in services Or we could also use it sort of as a preliminary questioning about upcoming ballot measures. And I've looked at a couple of other cities and how they do this, and they do it, I don't know, once a year, once every other year. And they have data going back many years, and you can see how their cities improved or not improved. And I think there's a lot of good information that could be gathered from a survey like this, but I don't think the one that we're looking at with a very few questions is exactly what we need. So I'd like to not do this one and have staff come back with a more comprehensive plan.
So if that's the recommendation, staff will need to work with SEJC on these questions. This is not going to be solely staff. If SEJC is presenting this together, I would like them to work with staff so they can present something back to us, and that way we'll have a broader range. Now we can decide what questions, if any, but it needs to be a collaborative effort. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Yes, I think if a survey is done, I would like it to be scientific, meaning, random selection, so that we get a statistical sample. And I think in parallel, we could have a self-select survey instrument as well, posted on the city site, because I think both those modes elicit different kinds of information, and both those are valuable, but I wouldn't want to do just the self-select survey in that regard. And I think SEJC recognized that and calling for being able to partner with a professional survey company to formulate the questions and roll it out. I do agree. I think combining this with surveying on other questions would be cost efficient and useful. And so it might be that staff could work towards contracting. It's a little hard because we don't know what measures we might want to pull on, but that's usually when Albany city government has done polls in the past, is around prospective ballot measures. So to the extent that we could combine these two things together, and it's obviously a little early to do that now, that would be my preference for cost efficiency. Another staff question was, okay, so how do we pay for this? Well, polling for campaign measures, potential ballot measures gets paid for when, however that usually gets paid. I presume there's a usual budget place for that. But to the extent this would be a more extensive survey because it has other questions in it, I certainly would be willing to put some, half of the council's discretionary, a small amount of discretionary funds towards it to make it a more comprehensive survey.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember Nason.
Okay, sorry about that. During the city manager's report, I think that there was a mention of a survey, a different survey that is in planning. Can you fill us in on what that involves in a little more detail?
That was a while ago. Let me dust that off. It's not a survey. It's actually it's a best day ever in Albany. So it's really a feel good. What is your best day in Albany? And so it's a survey reaching out to get that information. So probably not relative to the conversation right now.
So it's just like, would you just like be a piece in the e-news or something?
Yeah, just to promote our business community.
Okay. So there's not other surveys that we're planning on, or, things that could be helpful that immediately spring to mind?
I will take the opportunity to share that typically in advance of election season, the question comes up with the council as staff will bring you the staff reports to begin looking at potential ballot measures that usually we make a decision as to whether or not to use voter polling services. And those are fairly concise in nature, intentionally, and quite measured by the polling service folks to get information back to the council to make informed decisions on how to pose ballot questions and the level and scale of ballot measures. This more kind of what I would coin public opinion survey, if you're extending beyond your agenda item this evening, would necessitate a separate agenda item. Other cities certainly do that, and it does have its merits.
Makes some sense, especially since if we're going to do anything in 2022, we're kind of getting to where we should be looking at that. And then we would have resources and a scientific approach, and we could integrate them. I was going to say it can also be really helpful here to have the census information, since we have had some fairly significant, not a significant change in the number of people living in Albany, but a change in demographics.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to, I think what was your comment about SEJC would be involved if this were a broader community survey. Because it's not the agenda item, we don't particularly know what the scope is going to be, but I'm wondering why. I'm wondering what their role would be, and I'm not saying they don't have a role. I'm just not sure what it is. I mean, certainly the questions would come from a professional with some input from the city, and there might be lots of groups that have input in this. I'm not quite sure how this piece would come together.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yeah, 2 notes. First of all, that I think this is a good idea from SEJC and would help their work, and I want us to be a little bit wary of mission creep with this sort of thing. Of if we say, oh, this could be nice, but it'd be a lot nicer if we did a whole huge, much bigger survey, and we lose sight of why this happened and why SEJC wants this. I don't want us to do that, and I don't want us to snowball this into something so that they don't get the info that would be useful for them to do their work in a amount of time that is useful to them. So I'm not necessarily against us expanding this, but I do think we should be wary of that. It also seems like what we're all sort of circling around a little bit is kind of what I understood the staff report to kind of be saying is the next steps. And this is half a question, half a comment for Nicole. But as I sort of understood this, the next action would probably have been directing staff to bring back an RFP to find someone to do the sort of scientific, more professional version of this with the SEJC, and then to send it out. So essentially, to have staff figure out how to implement this, as we've gotten the idea and we've gotten the basis of the questions, but not everything to put it into play. Is that about right, Nicole, of what next steps might look like?
Absolutely, yeah. And it would just, it would be highly beneficial for me to understand the scope, because that would detail the RFP contents.
Mm-hmm.
If I can recall, I think the survey was done with Nicole Anderson, but don't quote me on that. It's been a while, but I know when we were gathering in subcommittees, we were kind of putting everything together last year before last, on what would a survey look like. So some of the questions were probably implemented from that, but again, I could be wrong. So go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I wasn't on the commission, but I remember looking at the materials, and there was a compendium of questions, potential questions that came out of that. And I think the SEJC's report recognized that and said, we recognize this is too much, but this, some of the questions could be drawn from this, could be a resource for a polling firm. It might be a next step that might be useful to tear off what the city manager said, is to actually talk to a polling firm about the idea I came in with was, can we save some money by sort of combining this with some ballot measure polling? And what the city manager is saying is, yeah, that maybe that doesn't work. So it might be useful to have for city staff to have a conversation with a polling firm in terms of, what do they recommend? How would they approach this in the most cost effective manner? I mean, maybe there's some cost effectiveness, even if it's two separate surveys, if it's the same firm that's going to do both, even though one is some months after the other one. But I agree. I mean, that the number of questions that was posed, I think, in the SEJC report seems pretty short relative to the cost of actually getting, professional surveyors to contact people. But again, that could be a question for the professional surveyors. What do they think is kind of the ideal list of questions, or the ideal length of interaction time? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 10 minutes? And that's probably what is the more important metric, is how long can you expect somebody to be on the phone or engaged. So I would suggest maybe that's the next step, is to get some feedback from a professional firm. So I think going right to an RFP would be maybe premature. I don't think we're quite there yet, but that's just me. Just on a side note, one of the attendees commented that the city of Albany's population has been 20,000 for decade after decade. So it was actually the 2000 census, it was 16,444. The 2010 census, it was 18,539, so 2,000 more people. And in the 2020 census, the results just came out, it was 20,271. So at least over those 30 years, and I don't have data going further back than that, it has been increasing.
Okay. So, Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, I was only going to add the caveat that when you look at that 16,000 odd number, you may be looking at a number that was affected by the reconstruction of the university village. There was a period when there were very few people living there while they were rebuilding.
Thank you. So do you think 18,000 is more representative of what it was maybe in 1990 or something?
And you're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry. I think the basic point that Albany has not really, Albany's population has not grown much over the decades is probably accurate. A bit, but not a lot.
Right. So what I'm hearing from Vice Mayor is that we have staff go and speak with someone, get a little bit more information on what this survey would entail, so we can actively determine what the best solution would be to implement the survey, and then we can approve and or make recommendations at that time. So.
Yeah, so maybe if I could frame it, give it a little more structure for the benefit of staff. I mean, I see that there's three potential survey elements on the table, are broad groupings. One is around racial equity and impressions of Albany among people with different races. The other is how our city service is going, sort of more generally, and then the other is potential polling on potential ballot measures. And how can those be combined? How can those be combined? What is the recommendation? What is the recommendation for kind of an ideal interaction length with a particular person who is taking the survey, agrees to take it? I don't know if that helps give some structure to it, but that's what I had in mind.
Okay, thank you so much. Do you have everything you need from us, City Manager?
I do. Thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. You may have said this and I didn't hear you, but one of the recommendations that they have are finding ways of surveying people who are visiting and working in Albany. Is that part of the survey that we're looking at? Because I think I'm not quite sure how you do that. And if we're going to do that, I think we should find out from the surveyor people how that part works.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. That could be a set of questions in the conversation. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which is 11B. Go ahead and get your report, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is another item that
We take a break, just a 3-minute break.
Sounds good. We'll take a 3 minute.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and get the report, staff report for 11B.
Thank you, Mayor. This is another item that transmits.
A little distorted. Okay, he's starting another distorted.
Can you hear me okay?
You might, sometimes that might leave and come back, or.
Any better? Okay, I'll come back. Sorry.
Okay, we'll wait a few minutes. We'll give her a few minutes to review it and come back. So give us a few more minutes. To the public, thank you for your time. Just give us a few minutes and we'll have the city manager come back on. Councilmember McQuaid?
Can I take this opportunity to move we extend till 11:30?
Seconded.
All right, let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilmember Nason,
Aye.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes.
Trying again. Any better?
Yes, much better. Thank you. All right.
So
We'll go ahead
sorry.
and No
Okay,
worries.
quickly here to regroup. This is a item that transmits another request to the City Council from the Community Task Force on Policing, with specifically a request for creation of a Public Safety Accountability Commission. The request as prepared by the task force is included with the staff report this evening. And I believe we have representatives from the task force here to speak on the agenda item. Also included is a staff report should any questions come up on the considerations raised therein.
Thank you so much, City Manager. So we have Greg Downs and Justin Lockley. All right, I'll go ahead and open it up for discussion with the council.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
I have a question. So one of the 4 targets of the task force was to research best practices in other jurisdictions and examine possible alternatives. That may have been done by the subcommittee that sent the recommendation, but I watched the approximately 6 hours of task force meetings and went through, I believe, all the materials. I might have missed something. And I didn't see that research. I was expecting to see here's different models from different cities, and here's the different pieces they adopted, and here's what's been effective and what hasn't been effective. And I didn't find any of that. So I'm just wondering if I missed it. Yeah.
Greg, did you want to speak, Justin?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I wasn't sure. I thought we were going to present our proposal and then do questions. But
that would be great. If you want to go ahead and do that first, and then
okay, and then we'll be glad to get to Council Member Vice Mayor Jordan's proposal. Justin, do you want to go first, and then I'll come in after you?
Sure. Good evening. So the task force on policing was this particular subcommittee, the accountability subcommittee. We did, in fact, take it upon ourselves as a subcommittee to look at various models ranging from investigation focused model, review focused models, and auditor monitor focused models. There's 3 broad categories, and the proposal that was presented forth, and I'm sure you all have read it, was essentially to create an entity, a 7-member commission, 5 selected by the City Council and 2 by the Albany Unified School District for 2-year terms. This body would be tasked with receiving and reviewing complaints, making recommendations on the budget, publicizing information on the composition of the police department, relevant data, et cetera, receiving briefings on trainings, and those other tasks. So that is really what the subcommittee in this proposal of council came up with in reviewing what was out there or potential forms that this could take.
So I'll just come in and affirm what Justin said, that the subcommittee, which was a subcommittee like the subcommittees of council, that was not a Brown Act subcommittee, reviewed a wide range of plans, dozens from different cities and counties, jurisdictions, including in California, as well as the entire body heard from a subject area expert. More broadly, just to build off of what Justin said, and also to respond to some of the questions that are raised in staff report and in comments, just like to take a minute to introduce a couple of basic and important factors about the plan. First of all, the first thing I hope you gather is that this plan is constructed completely within the powers of council. That this is a plan that aims to empower council to have more detailed information than our belief is that you currently have, and to empower the public to have more detailed information than the public currently has. 5 of the 7 members are appointed by council. The other 2, following the SEJC model, we would ask AUSD to appoint, and to particularly look for youth members, given the importance of youth in policing. The sole power of the commission is to make recommendations to council for council to act upon. These recommendations come in the form of information, policies, training, budget, complaints. I'll just touch on two of these that might, require a little extra information. On data and information, I think we have an example in this report about why this is so necessary and why this is the failure to enact this will have consequences and risks that aren't addressed in the report. For more than a year, people in the public have asked the police to report to the public data that the police already have to keep by law, already have to report to Sacramento on things like use of force incidents, bias-based policing complaints. For more than a year, the police have said they would think about it. They are included in the staff report. It took in the time between these requests. Children were conceived, born, and are now beginning to crawl. The United States has had an election, an impeachment, an insurrection, an inauguration for more than a year. I think the clear evidence of this, and I say this with real sadness because I admire, respect our chief on an individual level, and I have a hard time thinking that we would do better. I think that he's in many ways seems to be doing an excellent job. But the nature of the job is to keep things secret even when they're easily available. Even as I have said to him personally, I think it's a mistake pragmatically to keep them secret because they would assure people that the numbers aren't worse than they are. So one reason that we want to collect this information is to ensure that information gets out, that is easily available and that should be known to the public. Basic numbers. On the budget, the request is that given the expression of people on the Financial Advisory Commission, that they struggle to understand the police budget, and given the size and scale and the interest of council in assessing ways to save money on the budget, to build up expertise among people about how the police budget works so they can make specific recommendations. On complaints, again, we don't know even basic generic information without spending a year asking for it. And I suspect we will never again know until the state law changes what kind of complaints we're receiving. This involves, the staff report includes a discussion of the risks of acting, but not a discussion of the risks of not acting. And those risks are extraordinarily grave. They're grave politically, they're grave morally, they're grave financially. When you look at the amount of money that cities are paying in settlements for actions that could have been predicted and had been kept secret until they produced an outcome that incurred enormous costs. If you're not considering the risks of not acting, then you're not engaging with what kind of responsibility the city bears for these actions. A couple of quick questions on specific issues that came up. One, on the simultaneity of the commission and the task force. We assume that as in other areas, it will take months to accumulate the applications and appointments. The earliest I could imagine this being ready would be January 1, when the current task force would already be expired. So if you're concerned about that, you can have it effective January 1, which is when I suspect, even if you didn't include that, it would be. Two, given on the questions of legality, staff report doesn't talk about new legislation that has been passed over the last 3 years by the state legislature, sponsored by Nancy Skinner, about legislation that has passed recently that, to be fair, is now sitting on the governor's desk, which changes the amount of information that's available to any member of the public. And again, that is not considered in here. The ways that failing to engage with information in a body of people who are selected for their ability by you, for their ability to engage with this, raises the likelihood of FOIA requests and of gossip and rumors and misinformation. The city is missing an opportunity to educate people about the things the police are doing right because of the insistence on secrecy overall. Finally, why do we do this? Why have this? A question that was raised in some of the comments. This, I think, speaks to the basic nature of governance, that the American Republic is founded on the idea of a balance of power and of the public's power, that the government belongs to the people, not that the people belong to the government. The people have no role in the creation of police policies in Albany. You right now have commissions to get the engagement of people whom you appoint to give recommendations on parks, on arts, on the environment, on climate, on social and economic justice issues, but not on policing. On its face, this makes no sense. That the single most important action the city government does is the one action that the council does not receive recommendations from a body that you appoint from. We're asking you to correct that. Why else do we believe in it? I'm here because of the testimony over the past year of hundreds of people in Albany. I'm here because of personal friends who have been mistreated by Albany police for reasons they say go to their own demographic characteristics. And I'm here because of something that I think should impact all of us in Albany, even though we live in ignorance of it, which is that a half mile from our town line lies a house on Norval that belongs to Richard Pedro Perez and Patricia Perez. Richard Pedro Perez and Patricia Perez raised children there, and they helped raise grandchildren, including Richard Pedro Perez at Central and Norval, 1,500 feet from our ball fields, 2,500 feet from our town line. Their son, Richard Pedro Perez, grandson, Richard Pedro Perez III, Petey, was shot to death in Richmond by Richmond police, by police who had histories of bad actions that had been kept quiet, that led to massive settlements, but more than that, that have damaged this family. And they have asked me to convey to you a message they convey in the signs on their house. If you go by their house, it remains both a tribute to their grandson who was killed by Richmond police, and it also is a statement of what they ask for from society. And in a longer sign that they have accepted me reducing slightly to take away some of the specifying characteristics, it says, they say repeatedly on their cars, on their windows, how can there be trust if there is no accountability? And that is the message that Richard and Patricia Pedro Perez on Norval and Central, half a mile from our borders, our neighbors, people we walk by every week, and the walks my wife and I take, want me to convey. How can there be trust if there is no accountability? On a human level, I trust the police chief. I'd lend him my car. I'd lend him money. But we don't run government off of a belief that a good person says, trust me. We don't run my profession. We don't run the profession of doctors, lawyers, nurses, pharmacists, real estate agents. Over and over, people are held to accountability, which is what makes professions professions. So I am asking you today to take that step toward trust. You will hear then reasons why today is not the perfect day. And I want to leave you with the words that Martin Luther King said and why we can't wait. There will always be people who say not now and it's not perfect, but the time is always ripe to do right. So I ask the council, from the unanimous vote of the task force and from our subcommittee, to start the process of doing right and start the process of building trust. And I'm glad to take any follow-up questions.
Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you so much, Justin. We'll go ahead and open it up to council to have a discussion. We'll stop, take some public comments, and then bring it back to council to go ahead and move this forward. So, council members, you raise your hand, I'll call upon you. If you have anything you would like to say. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I believe in, and thank you, Mr. Downs, for providing the presentation, and Mr. Locke. I think you said that every function of the city pretty much has an advisory body, but police. I don't think that's actually the case. I'm not weighing in on whether we should or should not have a body that is related to policing. But I think there's a lot of functions, like public works comes to mind as not having an advisory body. So I don't know, maybe staff can clarify further, but.
I'd be happy to do that, Vice Mayor Jordan. The advisory bodies are advisory to the city council, as we all know, and they are on topical areas. So sometimes that topical area will fall under the direct role of a staff member. For instance, the Transportation Commission is a great example. Other times it'll fall across departments. The Climate Action Committee is a good example of that. It's transportation, it's sustainability, it's urban forestry and whatnot. So direct advisory review over the organizational or administrative responsibilities of a department, we do not have that currently.
Thank you, City Manager. Any other council members before I go out to the public? Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Thank you both for your presentation. I'm curious, you mentioned that you researched many cities, both in California and across the nation with similar oversight bodies. Could you talk a little bit about cities that are in California that are similar size with Albany?
The question of size is a good one, and that's why we in part went to the model of a consultant, because most of the ones that are larger do include levels of cost that we assume the council would understandably be wary of assigning people. There are a number of cities in the sort of 50 to 60,000, and there are a couple of others. I can, at least one that's only slightly larger than we are, that I can look up. But it is true that we tried to make accounting for our budget and our size of our department in coming up with a model that would have a consultant rather than trying to build in an alternative investigative structure like a larger city might.
So could you answer the question though, of what cities similar size to Albany did you look at?
I'd be glad to answer the question if you can give me a second to pull that up.
I can give you all night. I'm in the essence of time, keep moving.
Councilmember McQuaid, not just to have that type of behavior. He's gonna look it up and telling him, giving him all night, let's just stick to the point and let's move on. This is a very sticky situation. I understand the emotions are high, but let's just be mindful. These are volunteers. Go ahead, Councilmember McQuaid.
Mr. Downs, I did not mean any disrespect. I hope you didn't take it that way. I do think this is important, and I am willing to stay as late as it takes to get through this.
So a couple that are somewhat, I mean, I guess the thing I'm stuck on is, how precise you want to be on exactly our size. As you know, we're an unusually small city. There are places like Novato, places like, that is larger than us, places like Claremont that is somewhat larger than us, but that by anyone's definition would be, small cities. So if your goal is to find one that's exactly the size of Albany, I'm not sure that there is one like that. But there are a number, as I said, in the size where, they're looking at, notably under 100,000, notably under 75,000, and still finding ways to solve it. You'll also be aware that there are many cities that are much closer to our size that are currently investigating it. I certainly understand the arguments of people against trying to be a leader, but in this case, we run the significant chance of becoming a deep follower. That when there are dozens of relatively mid-sized and small cities that are doing this, and others that are currently looking to build models, we do have a chance to be at least among them, if not a leader.
I'm glad that you looked at Novato. I think they have a very interesting model, and I was actually going to mention that one, so I'm glad that you looked at that one. So did you look at, there's a national organization for the civilian oversight of law enforcement. Are you familiar with that organization?
I am familiar with that organization, and I have looked at their website. It's not the only one we did.
They have a very comprehensive website. And I'm just curious if you looked at the guidelines on organizing it an advisory body or an oversight committee.
I personally did. I don't know that everyone on the task force did. We also had presentation. I see Justin unmuting.
I just wanted to follow up with what Member Downs had said, that we did consult with NACOL as one of the sources of resources of possible models.
Great, thank you. What kind of caught my eye when I reviewed that was talking with police officials as part of the conversation from the very beginning, and having data clearly defining the local need. And I was curious if you felt like you met all the standards that national organization suggests for starting something like this.
I myself, again, I don't want to speak for the entire task force. There were questions. The chief has attended task force meetings. I myself went to the department and met with the chief, met with a number of officers. I've also been in meetings, as I'm sure you're aware, Councilmember McQuaid last year as SEJC, and in the year-long process to get to this point. Have been in meetings that were sponsored by Nicole Anderson, the consultant that the council picked last year, that were meetings that included the chief. So that's what I have done.
Okay. So I think, the problem, and I've talked to a lot of people in the city about this, and the question that always seems to come up is specifically what problem are we solving? Could you address that in specific terms?
So possibly a council member doesn't remember last year, the town halls where hundreds of people arose and spoke. Possibly council member doesn't remember the amount of people, and I'm not talking about the mass emails, some of which I know were generated by mass email lists. But again, many people, public elected officials, longtime Albany residents, parents talked about their own experiences. Now, I've been very sensitive to the suggestion by current officers that sometimes, mistakes of a prior administration are held over them. And I think that is an inherent challenge in this situation. But the reason why the mistakes of the past are held over the police department is because everything is kept in secrecy. And it will never end while it is kept in secrecy. If we do believe that we have a better administration, which I do believe based on many people's statements, and if we do believe that things that have happened more recently are atypical, the way to express that is to express that. And a method that ends without doing that, without engaging the public, will be a method that doesn't respond to, among, yes, the mass generated emails, but also the many heartfelt emails. And I do know, council member, that you read your emails, and I know that you remember them. Among the heartfelt people who spoke, and the hundreds of people, and these are recorded if you need to go back and double check. So over and over, people talked about their fear that their children, that they themselves, that friends when they came to visit would be treated differently, stopped more. My own friends have talked to me about their sense that not uniquely in Albany, they are stopped more. Friends who are, a friend of mine who's about 5'6", 120-pound, aging lawyer. And the number of times that he gets stopped, not only in Albany as an El Cerrito resident, but the number of times that he gets stopped in Albany and other jurisdictions for reasons that he can't ascertain. An elected official, who I believe is on the call, talked about being stopped a total, not just in Albany, of something over 50 times. So there were many people who described specific experiences they had. Now, you may be asking the other side of the question. What about the data from the police? Good question. Let's discern that. But it's disingenuous of commenters. I'm not saying this of you, but it's disingenuous of commenters to say, let's give no information. Why isn't there data that proves this? The whole part of the justification of this is the extreme difficulty in getting even generic information that the police have, report to Sacramento, and will not release. So that makes it a disingenuous and impossible standard to meet, to withhold the information and then to say in the absence of information, there can't be proof that there's a problem. But the second thing is there doesn't need to be a problem to have civilian engagement with government. We didn't develop a city council system because there was a problem with leaving everything. We developed a city council system because we believe as a nation in self-government. And do we apply that belief to this, the most expensive and also challenging in many respects aspect of our city government? Do we want the public to know, and do we want the public to be engaged? To me, that does not demand data to justify, because it's inherent in the American system.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll go to public comment. Looks like we just have one at this time. Well, it looks like they're coming, so let's wait a little bit, see how many we get.
All right, and go ahead and start letting them in. Let's do 2 minutes.
Can council hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead, please.
Bart
You.
Grossman. In the early summer of 2020, shortly after the murder of George Floyd by police in Minneapolis, then Mayor Pilch organized a public listening session on issues of racism and racial justice in Albany. The major concern of residents who spoke was reform of the police. The city received many dozens of emails, probably the most it has received on any topic. People clearly want change, and many spoke for public oversight of the police. Now, more than a year later, your community task force on policing has produced an eminently reasonable plan for a public safety accountability commission. There's nothing about the plan that should be threatening to anybody. Public support of police requires transparency. Our police chief seems to understand that and seems to be implementing positive change. However, we need a structure that is independent of the police if there is to be true and meaningful accountability. The staff report identifies a number of questions. Of course, any new initiative comes with questions that need to be answered as things move forward. The tone of the report strikes me, however, as surprisingly neutral to discouraging. That is a shame because Albany City Council has frequently expressed a commitment to racial justice. There can be no real justice without transparency and accountability, and there can be no meaningful transparency and accountability without community oversight. Show the community that you aren't afraid of public accountability and you welcome our direct involvement in making and keeping policing in Albany transparent, community-driven, and committed to racial equality and equity. This proposal is a major step in the right direction, and it deserves your support.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
It seems to me that the council style, Albany style, over the years I have resided here, is to wait for final reports. Assign issues to be researched and investigated by commissions and task forces to slowly get back to the council with proposals and recommendations well after they were charged. This type of administrative procrastinations lets important issues and hot topics cool off and fade from the public's view and interest. It's been over 15 months since George Floyd was murdered, and what significant changes to our police department have we even considered, let alone implemented? The Public Safety Accountability Commission should be created so it can take action. Their first step should be to have to participate in a process in the negotiations between the city staff and the police union. It has been mentioned that the Albany City's attorney is concerned the Public Safety Accountability Commission would interfere with the bargaining. Could the city attorney explain how that is possible? Shouldn't the bargaining and the eventual costs, policies, and operations that lead to an agreement be available to the public to review and comment on? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, thank you. I rarely attend city meetings, but I'm here today to speak in support of the Public Safety Accountability and Commission proposal. I think that this is a completely sensible recommendation, especially in light of current events and the ways the public perspectives are evolving towards how governments handle public safety. It's more important than ever that people in our community feel confident with public safety officers and trust their police, both as a group and individually. Reading the resolution, I do not really see the downside here. This is a commission formed of volunteers from the community. Most will be selected by the council. They will have access to and share information about policing. It's good for the public and it's good for the police. Times change and community needs change. This is a way of providing information back to the police department in a systematic way so that they know what the community needs are and can be responsive to those needs. And it's a good idea to have a group like this in place for whatever potential future issues may arise around public safety. It's far preferable to an ad hoc and potentially unpredictable community response. Instead, it gives everyone an official standing system of communication and some stability and a foundation for moving forward on community public safety issues in a cooperative and constructive way. And I just want to add that I enjoyed the previous discussion about public opinion because I'm actually a professional public opinion researcher. And from my professional work, I can tell you that people across our country support police accountability. People trust police, they like police, but when asked if they want more oversight, they say yes. So this is something that you as elected officials can feel confident that people want. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Kai Mander, Albany resident for the past 20 years. And I also don't attend many council meetings. But this just seems like an absolute slam dunk. And a little taken aback by the council's apparent reluctance to create this commission. It just gives the council more, and the public, more power to understand what is actually going on, good and bad. And maybe there's not a board or commission for every issue and over every department in the city. Maybe there's not another city of the exact same size that has such a commission, but not really sure why those arguments are relevant. There are lots of boards for other things, as was recited, and it seems very much the proper time that there was one for public safety. I just wonder if the council thinks there are no real or perceived public safety issues in the city that need addressing, because there definitely are some. And even if everything is perfect, an independent commission would offer credibility and confirmation and provide a forum for addressing any perceived or real complaints without the appearance of bias. And furthermore, hopefully we get the information that's been requested of the police department. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Diane, and I am a resident of Albany. I've also never spoken in a city council meeting, but I'm here tonight because of the urgency of this matter and how strongly I believe we need oversight in our town and in all towns to protect both the residents and visitors in the town and to protect the integrity of our police department. I was one of the probably thousands of residents of our town who came out to say that police accountability mattered to us and that we wanted to live in a town where Black lives mattered. If you were there, you know the protests stopped traffic on San Pablo and Buchanan streets for much of an afternoon in 2020. Now we're on the precipice of putting such a commission into place at a time when our town enjoys that quiet, quaint reputation of a town where things are going well. And I urge you to take action to put that preventative measure into place and put that accountability into place. I agree with the previous comment where someone said that the staff report boarded on neutral to pessimistic. And I'm concerned that this type of presentation can unfairly frame this conversation. The fact that there is resistance to accountability suggests that there is something to hide when I suspect that this is not actually the case. Accountability can only raise the profile of a good police department. I come from a line of folks with several police officers in my family. They're deeply upset when there's a negative impression of the police. And I believe accountability can actually provide that protection and say, no, we actually have a great police force. And if someone doesn't comply with our expectations, we're going to hold them accountable. That's a really important thing, I think, for all of the towns in America, not just our town. So I urge you to act by approving this proposal without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please.
Hello. Yeah, so I just have a few. Oh, I think my baby wants to talk too. Come on, Emerson. You can talk to the people. Come on. All right. Thank you. So just a few things. One is it's interesting to me when we talk about, well, are other cities doing it? I think about that and I say, well, other cities have cheaper apartments and less expensive houses. So let's copy that since we want to copy other cities. other cities have more Section 8 housing. Let's copy that too, since we want to copy other cities. And other cities have affordable housing for low-income residents. Let's copy that if we want to copy other cities. But we don't want to copy other cities because we do have overpriced apartments for apartments that aren't like kept up, and we don't have a lot of Section 8 housing, and we don't have a lot of affordable housing. Albany is unique in that because the surrounding cities next to us have all those things, but we don't want to be like them. Also, we have lots of committees for lots of different stuff, and those committees won't save lives. This one's will. So why can't we just be first? I'm curious as to if the council thinks that we should wait until somebody is murdered by the police force and then do this, since we need proof. Let's just wait until somebody's murdered. Chances are that person will be either one of your council members that's on the call right now, or one of the other people who call in. It won't be the Vice Mayor Jordan who said he could ride around for months with expired tags without the risk of getting pulled over, right? It won't be him, and he knows that, all right, and he can call that out. And so I think that there is an issue when we're talking about like waiting for things to happen. Let's be first, and let's hold people accountable for the things that they do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Now, okay. Yes, Signe Matson, longtime resident. I just want to second all the comments up to now. I agree with the points made. And I wonder what you can do, council, after you approve the formation of this commission and accept their input now prior to the end of their term. Some practices need to be changed. So if you traditionally waited until the end of the term of a committee for their report, I hope you will take their report now, and I hope you will act on it. And I'm just wondering what you council can do to get the police department to provide the information and the data that they have been requesting for a year. I would like to have access to it as well. I have grandchildren growing up in this city and going to the school in this city and walking the streets in this city. And I want to know what the police are up to. And I hope that you can do something to get that data given to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Next, please.
I feel that there's not a lot left to say. So everybody has been so eloquent and wonderful in terms of supporting this. I completely support it. I believe in accountability and transparency. And I have to wonder why the city council would be reluctant to do this. It seems like in your discussion about your mission statement in terms of supporting everybody, lifting everybody's voices, this is your opportunity to lift those voices and to listen to the people who've expressed their concern and their interest in having accountability. And I would really like to see the term policing actually go away, and that we are not thinking in terms of the idea of policing where you're trying to control people, but in terms of, public safety, which is what they're supposed to be there for. So I think that this also would help with that by I don't even know what the words are. I guess just by letting it be transparent what's going on and letting people understand, or allowing people to understand that their voices have been listened to. And I think that is, if you do nothing else tonight, just that alone, knowing that people came forward, they spoke, and you said, yes, we hear you, we understand how important this is to you, and we are going to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Opportunity to speak. My name is Brian DeLay. I'm a longtime resident of Albany, raised my children here. Like so many of us, was in the streets with my kids in 2020, trying to argue for a better city and a better world. And it seems to me that this step that our neighbors have put forward so cogently and persuasively is a small step. It's something that I think is the minimum that we ought to try to do for the residents of this city who have reason to feel that they have been and will be treated differently by police. That it's not any kind of particular indictment of the Albany Police Department. It's an indictment of the broader system of which we are a part. And that having transparency and accountability is a kind of minimum that we should be doing for ourselves and our city and our neighbors. So I not only really hope that this measure passes, but that it passes unanimously, and that we can show the city that the entire city council understands how important this is. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead.
Hey, Madam Mayor, may I get 3 minutes, please?
No, 2 minutes. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
All right. You know, we're supposed to be getting money from Kensington, a lot of money, because Albany Police is dispatching for all of Kensington's phone calls. So why, when I call the Albany Police Department to observe and report something, they only got one dispatcher on duty half the time? That money was supposed to hire a second dispatcher at all times to cover the extra calls for Kensington. That money's supposed to create an extra job. So why, when I call, there's only one dispatcher half the time? What's up with that? Also, when I was in high school, we had an officer at Albany High School. It was kind of a public safety officer, keeping things safe. Is there an officer at the high school? I'm not sure. Brian, if you're listening, I don't know, we could talk about that if something, you're into. And the issue here, the solution is, what's wrong with the police department is the internal affairs. The internal affairs is the police department. That's where the corruption is in the internal affairs. The internal affairs needs to be someone other than Betancourt or O'Connor or whoever we're going to switch it up with. Oh, is it going to be Laura tomorrow? Who's going to be internal affairs next week when we got some different scene going on? Internal affairs needs to be done by a third party. Checks and balances. You can't have internal affairs being ran by themselves. That just doesn't make sense. Also, it would be nice if the police were to train the crossing guards in Albany how to be crossing guards, how to control traffic. I've got pictures of the crossing guards on their cell phone while crossing kids across San Pablo, talking on their cell phone, wearing a hoop-de-doo safety vest. All the crossing guards need matching safety vests for public safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Margie.
Hi, this is Margie Marks. Number one, I wanted to say that I applaud and completely agree with everything that Greg Downs has said. So I won't repeat it. Not that I could say it as good as he did, but anyway, that's number one. Number two, I feel like a lot of care was taken into forming this body of citizens. This particular group. There was a questionnaire that was developed, a very comprehensive questionnaire. There were several meetings to, even put it together and decide who would be on it. So there was a lot of care given into choosing those citizens. So those citizens have brought this plan to you. The citizens that you approved to be on this group brought this plan to you. And so I hope that, that you would put some faith and confidence into them in approving this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is David Gould. I teach in the area, and my wife has been active on the PTA in Albany. We're longtime residents. I want to second a lot of what I've been hearing. I really support the formation of this commission. It just seems like a common sense measure based on everything I've heard. We've actually had nothing but positive experiences with the police in Albany. It's really heartbreaking just to hear that not everyone has that same experience. And, often I think the police are doing a great job and there's really nothing to hide. I just feel like the optics are bad. The optics of that secrecy is troubling. So I just think transparency is good for everyone. And like I said, I just want to, back this proposal I'm hearing. So I won't take my whole 2 minutes, but thanks for listening.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next, please. Go ahead, Yvette.
Hi, this is Yvette Liang. I did submit a written comments, but I was able to join finally. Surprised that it's so late. So I did want to add some comments in public. First, I want to commend the City Council for your strategic plan and your priority for public accountability. What I would urge you is that in actually practicing public accountability, that this is one of those tests that you would actually consider creating a public accountability commission that's permanent that would be reviewing the police force. I think in some ways we all share the same goal, which is a police force that is fair and accountable regardless of your skin color. And this doesn't seem to be the case. And I think just even listening to some of the prior comments in the prior section, it's not a question of whether racism exists. It's knowing that there is a system of racism of which the police force has a history of that. And why wouldn't you want to have an accountability system in place to really showcase how the police is not being racist? And so I am shocked by the staff analysis that seemed biased and really not in support of an accountability commission, even though that is one of your priorities. I also want to add that it was great to be part of a task force where we're preemptively, 3 months creating recommendations, and to be considered not listening to these recommendations and to penalize the task force. I think I just would urge you not to do that. And then the last thing I would say is that there was a question around the finance committee also having the advisory committee having a duplicative role. First, the finance committee is advisory, but having seen one of the meetings, one of the members did say that they didn't feel like they were qualified to review police budget in particular. That was quoted. And so a public safety accountability commission with expertise around budgeting would actually have that expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. This is the last one. Go ahead, please. Tom? Tom, if you're speaking, you're on mute. Okay. And if you'll just notify me if he pops up, we can't hear him. So we'll go ahead and move back to the council for discussion and implementation on what we go from here. So go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Greg Downs, go ahead, please.
So this guy, Tom Newton, happens to be on our task force, and he just emailed me 0 minutes ago to say he was trying to speak. I think there might be 2 Tom Newtons. And
Okay.
then you have a
I did allow both Tom. I did allow both Tom to speak, but he's unable to unmute himself.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that.
Answer to Council Member McQuaid's questions. So she asked for some things of cities of our size. As I said, there's none that I'm aware of that are exactly our size, but ones that are closer to the small city size. So Claremont's Police Commission, reviews and comments, police department policies, procedures, practice, assists in setting goals, public forum to address concerns, complaints, and commendations. Claremont, I have, is about 35,000 people. Davis, which is larger and has a more complex system, that would be a model of 70,000 people, has actually a separate auditor that it uses, as well as a police accountability commission that engages with the auditor. A third one, National City, California, which is near San Diego, and it was about 54,000 people. Their Police and Community and Police Relations Commission is empowered to receive and review complaints regarding personnel for alleged misconduct and to recommend appropriate changes of police department policies and procedures toward the goal of safeguarding the rights of persons and promoting high standards of competency, efficiency, and justice. And asks for, and includes the method for including that. And Tulare, which is about 60,000 people. Their Citizen Complaint Review Board hears complaints and investigation to review the police department's investigation of citizen complaints in specific areas and provide an independent review to the chief of police. The board does not recommend specific disciplinary action, but engages with the complaints. So those are 4 of things that are in the 35 to what was the biggest, about 65 or 70,000 model, some of which are actually much more ambitious with a auditor's office than what we're asking for. The list of ones that were consulted are included in the task force packet.
Okay, so thank you so much, Greg. Councilmember Tiedemann, I see you, but I would like the city attorney to address the question that was brought up by David earlier. If you can just address that question for us, city attorney.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Can you remind me? I did hear all the comments, but I can't remember what specific question that was.
I can chime in. If I recall correctly, it regarded the potential nexus between the proposed body's work and the MOUs and potential negative legal interaction between the two, and just was asking for further explication on that.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Jordan. I do remember it now. No, the MOUs in of themselves are public documents, but the negotiation process is not a public process. To clarify, so I think the comment or the question was shouldn't those when does the public have an opportunity to comment on those, and the MOUs in themselves are public documents.
Thank you so much. Right before I go to you, Councilmember Tiedemann, it looks like Tom hand is up. Let's see if we can try to get him on before we go back to the council. Okay, Tom, if you can unmute yourself. Okay. All right. We can't hear you. All right, so we'll go ahead to Councilmember Tiedemann. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And let me start off. I'm going to try and keep myself brief, but who knows if that's going to be possible. Thanks to everyone who commented. And to start off, I just want to note that I think having this sort of accountability committee is the right thing to do. And I think it's what we will end up doing. And I really appreciate everyone commenting and making their voice heard about that, especially this late at night, and showing up. That when we created the task force, I was worried. I wasn't on council at this point, but I was worried that we were pushing the ball a little bit away from our court and shrugging it off, and we would have less people involved in the process going on as the energy died off. I'm glad to see we still have a lot of people who are here and making their voices heard. And especially I want to thank Greg. That was a really impassioned presentation you gave us that obviously touched on a lot of very important things. And I think adeptly woven our values as a country and how important those are to this discussion, which is a way of framing it near and dear to my heart. Am I hearing Tom?
I think so. Oh, hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm starting. Am I here? Am I here?
Okay.
I'm
Sorry about that.
sorry for all the hassle. I just want to say, I talked with the chief a couple of times in recent weeks. He's a wonderful guy. I think he's doing everything right. But I think the city administration takes this personally, like that we're attacking them for not doing their job. What's the problem? Why fix it? There isn't a problem. Well, there may not be a specific problem, but why can't we find out what they do? I mean, it drives me nuts. The bulletin that they put out every day has absolutely no helpful information on it. And with privacy rules now and stuff, it's impossible to call up the cops and say, hey, what just happened across the street? There seems to be a guy bleeding from the head with a gunshot wound or something. Nope, can't talk to you, can't talk to you. It's okay if we know what they're up to, what's going on. And I think that they would be much more comfortable with us knowing we'd be better friends. Instead of them being afraid of us, we could be better friends. And it's not an indictment of the chief. I think he's doing just fine. But we ought to do it. We ought to have an accountability commission. Strongly believe that. That's all. Sorry about the delay.
No worries. Thank you so much, Tom, for jumping on. All right. I'm sorry about that, Councilmember Tiedemann. I just wanted him to speak since we were having trouble. But go ahead and finish your thought.
No worries. I'm glad we could get everybody involved. Picking up my thought. So yes, Greg, it's going back, I think that presentation covered a lot of points, and I think really importantly addressed a lot of the worries that that the staff report brings up. And I think one of the most important points I could make here right now is that we should not be viewing this as antagonistic or as that this staff report or our discussion tonight represents us not wanting to do this or not wanting there to be accountability, not wanting to ignore people, or that staff is responding to this and resisting. I think that is the complete wrong way to look at this, because it's staff's job to look at recommendations that come in and look for possible weaknesses, look for things that could be improved, look for worries they have because they're the ones who implement this sort of thing and have been doing the work on it. And that's not because they are against this happening. And this sort of staff report is not because they want to derail this or make it ineffective. It's because we all want to make it more effective and make sure we're passing something that really works and that we've addressed the issues of. The way I'm thinking about it is, when you give your paper that you're going to turn in for an important assignment to an editor and it comes back with a bunch of red marks, that is not them trying to ruin your paper. That's them trying to get you a better grade on it. And that's what we're doing here. We're all trying to make everything more effective and make this specific idea more effective. So I really cannot stress enough how much I think viewing this as antagonistic or viewing this as us or the staff attacking this idea is not accurate. And it's for that reason that I think the things brought up deserve looking at. And again, Greg, I think you've addressed a lot of these. I think the legal issue, and especially the authority of the committee, is, if it's unclear reading the resolution for the people who are going to implement it, it could probably use strengthening. And I think one of the points here is that it could probably use strengthening around what you want it to do. We heard a lot of the police are essentially dragging their feet to a certain extent of not giving data that has been requested. I don't see anything in the resolution right now that shows that's binding, that what this accountability committee is going to request they're going to get in a faster way. I don't see anything about how fast they're going to get it or that the police department has to provide it. So I think that's one thing that could probably be strengthened about this, and that's what we're trying to look for. And I think the legal concerns that are mentioned in the staff report, if we have legal concerns, I think it's our duty to address them to some extent. And again, Greg, you noted, you're very thorough. You noted that there's something on the governor's desk that would change the landscape, but you said it's on the governor's desk. It's not in effect right now, as I understand it. And so that there's still a question mark there, and we need to make sure that that's as strong as possible. So, you know, this is all, again, not to say we shouldn't do this or that this isn't a good thing to do and that we aren't hearing everybody, because we are hearing you. And I speaking at least for myself, I think we should absolutely do this, but we want to make sure it's as effective as possible. We've addressed the issues that we've identified that we think could make it stronger. And just to note here, I think Brian Doss said, you know, we shouldn't be going behind and doing something only when you know, somebody's been shot. It's ever since I took this role, it's kept me up at night sometimes thinking that I could look down a notification and see that someone's been shot by our police department, and I can't guarantee that that won't happen. I can't be sure that that won't happen. No matter how good we get it, there's still that possibility, and that honestly sucks. And it's disturbing. I don't think this isn't going to get us there. It's going to get us closer to being sure that's not going to happen. I don't think we can get to that point until we just don't have police anymore. And I think we're a long way from that in this country. But this is one step, but we want to be proactive and we want to make sure we're doing it right. That was more long-winded than I wanted it to be, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. Justin, I see your hand up. If you want to say something.
Yes, so first off, thank you for a lot of the insightful interrogatory by the council and the staff report. I think that, like Councilmember Tiedemann said, the role really is to help refine the idea and in such that iron sharpens iron. I wanted to circle back to one of the concerns posed by Councilmember McQuaid, in that the request was to really establish what is the data that determines this need here, right? Essentially asking for the business case for establishing such a commission. I'd like to bring that point back to NACOL's, the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. That organization lists as one of the benefits of having such an oversight entity is that such an oversight entity can reduce public concern over high-profile incidents. And if anything, the past year and a half or 2 years has shown us, or plus, that incidents outside of a particular jurisdiction of national import can have an impact in places across the country, right? We've seen this post-January 6th, post-George Floyd, and in a number of other incidents preceding this. So I think that while we can't point to perhaps a pattern or of police abuse in that sense, fatal use of force, et cetera, in Albany, I think that it's critical to see the need or the essentially the return on investment of such an entity in increasing public trust if an incident were to happen, perhaps even outside, that would have impact here as well. So that again is just another advantage of having something like this commission.
Thank you so much, Justin. Are there any other comments from the council? Any questions, concerns that we want to elaborate on? Let me see if I see your hands. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Tiedemann, true to his form, you know, he takes the high view, which I love, and he knows that I always go down in the mud with all the details. So I'm generally in support of this, but it really depends upon the details, and there's certain things I'm gonna need to get me to that point. I do appreciate, one of the staff questions was the timing of this recommendation coming forward. I absolutely appreciate that the task force developed this recommendation and brought it to us, so we could have this iterative conversation that I think is much more constructive. So keep it up. Really like it. Affirm that. Part of what I'll need is I counted 7 different sort of authorities that were proposed for this body. And, I hear that you did research, but I don't see any of that research, and I need to see that research. So for each of these authorities, what other cities, if any, have created a body that has that authority? What was the goal of giving it that authority? Was that goal achieved? Now, it may be that there's things that, the answer is there isn't a track record. It's innovative, and that's fine to say that too. I'm not averse to being innovative, but I just need to know where we stand in terms of policy relative to what has been done out there already. Let's see, to go further through. So I'm going to go through these again, down in the details, one by one, these authorities. Let's see, no advisory body, to my knowledge, reviews individual staff performance at this time. And even the council doesn't review individual staff performance below department head. We have a council manager form of government, and that means that the council does not intercede and interact with the performance of specific staff members. And there's very good reasons for that. This was a reform that was brought in over 100 years ago by the progressive movement of that time to eliminate corruption, essentially, that was occurring. So I am trepidatious about a body getting involved with individual staff members, reviewing individual staff members' performance. So I'll put that out there, and the task force can respond to that and give me more information on how this is done in other council manager city forms of government. Budget. I'm not inclined to support this body having authority to review the entire police budget. There is no other advisory body that has that authority. I supported having the authority that basically all other bodies have, which is looking at policy, setting goals, and exploring, what would it cost to achieve that goal. But I don't support looking at the budget in and of itself, particularly given the narrative of we should just cut the police budget. I think our police department is as small as it can possibly be and still be relatively safe. If we want to have 3 officers on shift, each shift, we really can't make the department any smaller. And if we have fewer officers than that, we may be saving money, but I believe we're increasing risk dramatically by not having backup, by having overstressed personnel. Personnel listing, yes, to an extent, and I think that's something the city could do on its website. I don't know that the body needs to do that. Seems reasonable to me to have a listing of the members of the police department and something about their service, not their city of residence. I don't support having that put up. Data, yes, by all means. Obviously, that shouldn't be a surprise, given that I'm a data wonk. That's what I do for my day job. So by all means, within legal limitations, I think having a body that's looking at the data, that's providing a clearinghouse for the data, that's promulgating that data, the knowledge of it out to the community is a good idea. Policies, yes, absolutely. That's what other advisory bodies do. They look at policies and how policies can be changed to improve outcomes. Questions, be conduit for questions to the police department by all means. That's what bodies do. Goal monitoring, certainly. Again, that's a typical function of bodies, is monitoring if goals are being met, part through their work plans. So they might set a policy change as a goal in their work plan, and if the council passes on it, then they will be monitoring the progress towards that and bring that back to the council. So those are my quick thoughts on the 7 different components as I saw them. If I missed something or I added something, please let me know. I'm going from notes here that I worked up, so might not be entirely accurate. To the questions that were posed in the staff report, there were 5 of them as I saw it. The first one I already weighed in on. Yes, please bring us recommendations along the way. Timing of creating the body, I would say that should be after the task force sunsets, because I imagine there are some people on the task force that will apply to be on that body, and you cannot serve on both at the same time. Let's see. How to administer the accountability body. So this is again going to detail on the data. If I can share my screen, which it looks like I'm unable to do, and this maybe puts the data behind. Yes.
Copy. So it's 11:23. We want to extend the time a little bit longer. I will suggest we send it to 11:50. We may have to put 11C and 12A on the next agenda so we can wrap this last item up before the next time approaches. So I'll move that. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, go ahead for a roll call.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
and Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, Vice
Okay.
Mayor.
Thanks for watching logistics. I really appreciate that. So this puts some data behind what Councilmember Tiedemann was expressing, and this was not coordinated. We just kind of independently thought of it from our different orientations, which is, I don't think staff is being overly negative. It's their job to look after the bottom line, literally. And so what occurred to me was to look at the 5 next largest and smallest cities by population within the state of California and within the Bay Area, and how many advisory bodies does each of those have in total. And so this is a histogram for both of those. And as you can see, Albany is already, close to an outlier. I mean, the only cities there, the next, if you look at California wide, there's no cities that have even anywhere close to as many advisory bodies we have. If you look at the Bay Area, which are cities that are more disparate in population, you see El Cerrito, similar number of bodies. El Cerrito is experiencing pretty tremendous financial problems. So I'm not saying the number of advisory bodies he has is necessarily responsible for that, but failure is an option. We should keep in mind financial failure is an option. And then Lafayette and Orinda are the only ones that have more, and they're quite a bit wealthier than Albany is. As wealthy as Albany is relative to the median, Lafayette and Orinda are quite beyond that. So I really see staff as looking at, we're really going to add another advisory body when we already have so many. And so I think this is something for the council to think about is, do we want to put a limit on how many advisory bodies we have? And we have to choose. We don't get to just keep adding them. If we want to add one on something, then we have to take one away on something else. So that's the thought to put out there for when I'm at least ready to take the action to create this body. I'll go ahead and stop share on that. Go back to my notes. So that really goes to ask question, how's this going to be administered? Where's the money going to come from? Where's the staff going to come from? We already have 11 bodies, and we already have 11 staff members who are spending, some non-negligible portion of their full time on those bodies. So it's not zero cost. Legal considerations regarding data policies, personnel. I don't have any position on this really, other than that what data can be made available should be made available within legal limits. I just wanted to weigh in on APD status. In the time that I've been on council, there have been 2 incidents where the Albany Police Department, not on a call, but had occasion to approach motorists who turned out to have ghost guns in their vehicle. A ghost gun is an untraceable gun with no serial numbers, usually built from a kit bought online. In one of the cases, there were 2 extended magazines with the gun and a drum magazine. And a drum magazine typically holds 50 rounds or more of ammunition. So it's hard for me to imagine doing the job that they do. And in both those cases, to my knowledge, it could be wrong because I don't have full knowledge, but I'm not aware that there was any dramatic incident that occurred in terms of how APD handled those. So they are doing a remarkable job in my perspective. That does not say I don't support this body. If this body does come into existence, I would prefer it not be called Public Safety Accountability, because public safety also entails the fire department. And I'm not too keen on the word accountability either, because that I think sets an adversarial tone from the get-go. I think the city of Claremont's police commission is a good model to work from as a starting point. And then if there are additional authorities that the task force thinks it should have, which it certainly does in this recommendation that it sent to us, that the Claremont Commission doesn't have all these 7 authorities, then it should make a case for those, backed up with what experience there is out there or saying they're innovative. So that's my piece and what I hope to see come back. Thanks.
Councilmember McQuaid and then Councilmember Nason, I see you. Go ahead.
I've spoken already. Let me let Councilmember Nason go first.
Yeah, first I have to apologize. I'm way past my bedtime here. I've had an exhausting day. But I think that where I'm coming from is very much aligned with Vice Mayor Jordan. I do, and let me say, first of all, I grew up in Albany when it had a completely racist reputation. The police, we had one of the few elected police chiefs in California, and it was a situation where Black families would drive out of their way to avoid driving through Albany. It was disgraceful. And at the same time, I would say that in my having spent time here and with this police force, I think that our police force now is excellent. I think that our chief and the people who report to him and the officers up and down that I've had the chance to get to know a little bit are really just exactly the officers that we want. And it's very important that we not create a situation that makes this an undesirable place to work. This needs to be, this really should be a positive arrangement that takes their comments into account too. I'd like to hear about that. On the other hand, I am a passionate believer in oversight, in elected body oversight, and I think it is important. I think that we should hear about the widest possible range of options to do this. I don't like having something presented to us as, you have to do it our way, or, you're doing something terrible. That's not that's not a good way to proceed. We need to look, and I think Vice Mayor Jordan is quite right, that we need to look at the details of this and come up with something. And it kind of relates back to what we were talking about earlier. We're talking about models of cities that are twice our size. Well, that it may be that such a model has value here and could be used. It may be that there are things that we can change to adjust for the specific situation that we face. So I definitely want to learn more. I generally agree with the comments of Vice Mayor Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I would say I also agree with both Vice Mayor Jordan and Councilmember Nason. Usually when we, in our perfect world, when we receive reports from advisory bodies, we asked for a pro-con analysis and we asked for options. And I think, as Councilmember Nason said, we really didn't get that in this case. We were presented with one option. And I think we can make something that'll work for Albany. I'll certainly look into Claremont. I've spent a little bit of time looking at Novato. I think they have a really good model, and I'd like to explore that one a little bit more. And I do think it's important that we have something that is two-way communication. We talk about people have to trust the police, and the police also have to trust the community. And we're all in this together. We need to work together. So I think it's important for both us to hear what the police have to say, but to give an opportunity for them to hear the community and to be able to react to community concerns. So I think that's another really important part. I think, I guess, I think the thing that's important in good policing is good recruitment, hiring the best officers, and training and more training and more training, and reaching to the community and doing community outreach and engagement and all of those things. I think that's what makes our police department strong, and that's what we need to be focusing on. Which isn't to say there aren't other issues, but just, we want the best police department. We need to all work together to get there.
All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, I see you, but hold on one sec, please. I've sat here and listened to everyone's comments, from the council to the task force members to the public members. And, in my perspective, I don't feel that the community is saying that this can't work. Everyone is in agreement that we need something and we want to work together, right? So that's the whole goal of the task force, to bring something to you. And this feedback is amazing, because now it brings the task force with, okay, if we have this framework established that has been approved, now let's work on some of the components that need to build upon this that will continue to move the city forward. So I believe, and I would just say out of what has been presented here, when we talk about pros and cons, there was no pros and cons on the legal aspect. It was just like, this might happen, or this, could happen. At the end of the day, I think both parties, or all parties, are willing to listen and amend their position on bringing such a committee forward. The name is just something we can change at any time, but the components of us working together, that's why the task force was put together. So I think here, what we're trying to do is develop this framework, saying, okay, yes, we would be willing to approve this. Again, Vice Mayor Jordan said, we need more components. Okay, so when the task force meet next week or the week after, I'm not sure, that will start building that other subcommittee. If you feel that, budget, we don't need to touch that. I agree. That's something that we need to make sure, and along with the finance director, that we are looking at and analyzing. So I'm in agreement with that. But policies, data, having that community engagement, that is crucial right now. So it's been over a year. I think they presented a plan of what they would like to see going forward. And so all we have to do, if we're all in agreement, just move and say, this is what we expect to be brought back up within the next month or so. And then we just build upon that. That's how we work together. We build upon what we're trying to put forth in our city so it can be fruitful. So our police department would be the best, as a council member McQuaid said, would be. So I'll just digress right there, and I'll go ahead and add Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, thanks. And you touched on the pro-con of the legal, and I apologize, I didn't follow up on that comment earlier, that concept earlier that was raised. I don't know, and it's late, and I wouldn't blame the city attorney for demurring for another night, but I presume there might be some studies out there just in sort of the hard nuts and bolts of risk and exposure with regard to, does risk and exposure go up when you create a body like this, or does it go down in terms of the strict sort of legal sense and probability of being sued?
Vice Mayor Jordan, I couldn't speak to that. I mean, we could look into seeing if there are those studies. I'm not sure they exist, but I would be happy to do so.
Yeah, I think that would be a useful component of consideration, again, to look at it from both sides. And let's see, I think I did want to make one other comment, which is that there was a comment made that, you know, how often do we get a chance to to create this body that's going to save lives? And certainly that may be the case, but I do want to note that in terms of what the city has authority over, more people by far are killed by motorist collisions than in crime in Albany. And the Transportation Commission is in the nexus of working on that. So I couldn't let that slide, obviously, since I was on the Transportation Commission, and people don't tend to recognize how life and death our transportation system is.
All right, are there any other comments? Let me make sure that it looks like we had one in the public. We'll address that 2 minutes briefly, see, and then we'll bring it back and we'll see if I can get a motion to get us moving forward with some amendments on what we would like to see from the task force in the next couple of months. Go ahead, Grace, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening again. I believe that the comments from the people that you serve have been noted. I believe that the comments from the staff and the council have been noted. The bottom line is I totally support the citizens here in Albany, but rather I also look at what the staff is, what the council members are saying. You must understand, if you're not a police officer or have never been one, you would not know what you're saying. First of all, I would like to direct something to the Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor, it is a tough job to be a police officer. It is not a cakewalk. Let's go that route. The budget drives how the police service your community. You must have a committee or the staff to look at that intentionally. You can look at other cities to see what is happening because they don't have that. I will say too, that all of the other issues that you described that are issues really are not issues. What is at issue is the safety of the community. What is at issue is the service of policing. That is why it's called community policing. Accountability is what is given and needed on both sides. Accountability directs itself to transparency. There are 3 aspects to it: observation, expectations, and cooperation. This is what is needed. Anything else you're suggesting, you just don't understand policing. You must get an education about that. It is hard for you to sit there and make these kinds of judgments when you don't have the education. You have to. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. And then lastly, Brian Doss, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. It's really late. I appreciate you all stand on this late. I have some experience with late meetings myself, so I'm not even tired because we I still got a couple hours for our meeting. So I won't go back and forth with you, Vice Mayor Jordan. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to let that one slide. But to compare what I said to traffic is insulting, but I'll let you struggle with that internally. It was disrespectful. But for the actual statement, which I think is important, is that we have 2 council members who have been council members for multiple terms. And so I heard you say, we need to take a look at it, and then we need to add this or we'll add that. Well, you've been on the city council for a really long time. So if you have some ideas on how we can make this better and make this safer, well, the time is now. You've been on the council for a really long time. So don't try and fix this. You've had years and years and years to implement what's happening. City Council Member Nason, you also made the comment that back in the day, Black people used to avoid Albany. They wouldn't drive through. Black people avoid Albany and they don't drive through now because things haven't changed. They have been hidden a little bit. And it might be a little better, but things are still happening and people are still avoiding it. I'll end with this. There is no time like the present. You don't lock your car because it's been broken into 5 times. You lock your car so that it doesn't get broken into in the first place. You don't always have to have the proof. Sometimes you can just prepare for things without them actually having to happen. And with that, I will say good night, and I hope you all get some rest.
Thank you so much. All right, looks like Drew and Bart. Bart will be the last one, and then we'll bring it back to the council. Go ahead, Drew.
Thank you, and I'll be quick. I've listened to the arguments, and I appreciate that. People have different perspectives and people disagree, but the concerns and counter arguments that I've been hearing, many of them are frankly largely beside the point. The name of the committee, other things that are also bad. How will the police respond? The advisory committee didn't deliver the report. That was exactly the report you were expecting. You know, you've heard from the community tonight. You've heard from experts. You've heard comparisons. This is an opportunity to do the right thing. It puts our city in a good place. It provides information to the community. It provides a mechanism for feedback. It prepares us for unforeseen circumstances. It protects us. It's the right thing to do. And I hope that we take this opportunity to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bart, go ahead, please.
I was really ambivalent about whether I wanted to speak again. But I do think it's important for you not to lose the forest by looking too closely at every single tree. The details can be worked out. What I think the community is looking at you for tonight is some real leadership. And I think it's possible for you to support the concept of this committee and the importance of it, and leave some of the detail work to be done later. Not everything has to be worked out tonight, not every issue about the scope, but I think if council doesn't have courage to stand up tonight and say, we need a structure like this in the community, even though there may be questions that need to be answered and design issues that need to be worked out, then I think the community is going to draw the conclusion that council doesn't support this idea. And I think the consequences of that will not be good for this community. So I hope you will take some action tonight to indicate that you're listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it to the council. I know time is upon us, but I'd like to go ahead and move that we implement this. I'm sorry, Councilmember Nation.
Oh, I thought you were going to move to extend the time.
No, I'm not. I want to go ahead and move that we move forward, and then we iron out the details as the task force continue to meet, and we can address those things at that time. So that's why. But no, I was not extending the time.
Okay. Can I ask for a clarification? I mean, I think I think at least 3 of us said we're supportive of this in concept, but we want some of these details and options brought back to us.
I agree, and that's the motion that I'm presenting tonight.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't.
It didn't sound like it.
That's not. I don't think that is the motion, unfortunately.
Okay, so that's the motion that I'm bringing forth. That we make sure that we look at the concept, we accept it, right? And then as everything comes up, we can digest and make all the tweaks that we need in order for this advisory board or commission, or whatever you want to call it, goes forth. So do I have a second? Councilmember Tiedemann.
Just 2 clarifying things.
Okay.
First of all, not quite clear on the language we're using. Are we passing this resolution and then saying we're going to change it later? Is this motion that we are saying that this should be worked on and brought back to us soon?
The question that's been brought to the table is that we will go ahead and pass this and have things brought back to us. If somebody wants to wordsmith it and provide a different motion, I open the floor for you to do that.
Okay, I'll try to state a motion that I think reflects what I think I heard from at least a couple of other folks, and that is that we return this to the committee with direction to review this discussion and address the points that have been raised, and return to us with options that include something very much like this, but that might look at a range of alternatives that we could consider as well.
I'll second that. Okay.
Would there be any sort of date that we would be aiming to have this back? Mayor, you are muted if you're speaking to us.
Sorry about that. I believe in the next couple of weeks that the task force will meet. So I'm sure after this meeting, we can address some of those issues. There's still 2 subcommittees that are out at that particular time, have them review what we've discussed in this meeting and somehow try to frame it in such we can look at in October at our first meeting. That should give them enough time to present that both of the committees.
Yeah, I would weigh in against providing a timeline or a deadline, because I think the task force should take the time it needs to take.
So it wasn't basically giving a timeline, I'm just basically saying this, there's 2 subcommittees that are actively working right now. And so the next meeting, the subcommittees will be bringing forth what they think that this body should have, where it should go. And I think the information that was provided tonight will be able to support either us taking a look at, drawing back, or at least just outweighing some of the options so we can present something. Whether it be the first meeting in October, second meeting in October, I can't call it.
I move to extend to 11:55.
Thank you. A second.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Mayor Gary, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes. Now, I was responding to Councilmember Tiedemann's question if the motion could or should include a specific, this is the date it should return back on. And I would suggest that it's better to leave it to the task force. Obviously, the task force is ambitious and energetic, so I don't have any fear that they're going to dawdle.
Okay. Can we get a roll call on the motion?
Mayor Gary,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and go down to any future agenda items quickly. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I anticipate bringing an item to use Measure DD funds to defray the cost of street trees and concrete removal, therefore, for those that request them at the next meeting.
All right, thank you.
Obviously, up to you whether it's on the agenda or not.
Councilmember Tiedemann? No. Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes, I'm expecting to bring at the next meeting an item regarding the flag of the Confederated Villages of the Lausanne at City Hall. So that should be on the next agenda.
Councilmember Nixon?
Nothing new.
All right, nothing for me either. We'll just govern ourselves to the meetings and upcoming events. But before we do that, let me backtrack a little bit. Were there any reports that need to go for 12 that we can quickly go through? We got 3 minutes. Anyone want to report on anything?
We have a report in the packet.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just offer quickly, since I mentioned it earlier, that I'm through my professional work. I'm a member of EMMA's Technical Advisory Committee on its groundwater sustainability plan. That plan is going out for public comment September 17th is the current notice. And we don't have significant groundwater resources in Albany because our rock is so shallow here. But through that, I also had the opportunity to engage EMMUD staff in the recycled water infrastructure. And EMMUD has sort of taken that over and has plans to extend it to Buchanan, eventually via Jackson and 7th Street. And I connected UC, Ruben Lizardo, specifically with the head of the recycled water project at EMMUD on the possibility that they might be able to include that pipe in whatever utility work they do for the graduate student housing that they're going to develop. So recycled water, it's not going to be tomorrow, but it's moving forward again, and that'll make a huge water savings in Albany when it reaches here.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Jordan. Anyone else have any meetings they would like to report on? All right. Again, we'll just govern ourselves to the upcoming meetings and events that are going on in our city. I would like to thank the city manager, city attorney, Councilmember Tiedemann, Councilmember McQuaid, Councilmember Nason, Vice Mayor Jordan, and the public for attending this long meeting. I hope you all have a good evening. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Good night.
Mayor.